Good evening. Welcome to the November 5th meeting of the Ithaca Common Council. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. First, since there's a ton of folks in the gallery, please allow me to just read the emergency evacuation notice. In case of an emergency, we are to take one of two exits, the door that most of you came through, or the door over my left shoulder here. We are to head west towards the corner of South Cayuga and Green. Please do not cross the street. Those with restricted mobility, in the event of an emergency, it is best to move to one of the stairwells and first responders will arrive to aid you. In the event of other emergencies, you'll be notified at that time. We want everyone to be aware of their surroundings and offer help when it is not to your own detriment as your own best advocate. With agenda review, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? Seeing none from anyone else, you will note that there is one printed resolution in front of you that I am requesting consent for from the Director of Sustainability. The agenda item in question, just to be considered, is City of Ithaca urges immediate state action to reopen the Home Energy Assistance Program and protect vulnerable New Yorkers from utility shutoff. This is just a statement resolution that will be a request to the governor's office. It does not, of course, I am requesting your unanimous consent, but absent that, I do plan to file this for next week. But just given the urgency of the issue and the fact that it is just a statement, I'm hoping to receive unanimous consent on this item. Is there any dissent? Seeing none, Alderperson Fabrizio, do you have a? You have an additional potential agenda change, please.
Does the trash tag amendment need to be added? Or
all of your amendments, as we just discussed, are
Later.
in the queue, and
Perfect.
and actually, strictly speaking, that is, we are going to be in a budget committee meeting moments after this council meeting, which we're currently in, is over. So that can
Right.
wait
Thank
till-
you.
Thank you for that. Any further additions or deletions to the agenda from Common Council? Seeing none. Next on my agenda will be to invite up Legislator Pillar for an update from the county. I would also just note another, I do have a proclamation following that that is going to just be recognizing Veterans Day, Veterans Week. And so that is going to be a proclamation that is read and presented to Mr. Claiborne from the county right afterwards. My apologies, I did not give ample notice for that to be reflected in the agenda. Legislator, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Happy to be here. We are, by the way, having our meeting tomorrow night. Usually it was the night before, but it was moved for Election Day. We will also be proclaiming Veterans Week in an off-agenda proclamation, as well as Native American Heritage Month and something else that I don't remember. A main thing is we have almost finished our budget process, as you probably know. We had the public hearing, we approved our budget in committee, and it will not be on our agenda tomorrow night, but it's going for final approval on our November 18th meeting. I anticipate there are likely going to be some small changes, but not large, just due to new information and developments between now and then. But I don't think it's going to change, say, like the tax levy dramatically. Right now, we're looking at it's like a 3.3 something percent increase in the tax levy, which is under our tax cap which has just changed to 3.6%. I, for my own sanity, am not going to stay and watch all your deliberations tonight, but please, I hope it goes well. I hope it's constructive. And I think just speaking for any of the county officials, it's very hard to integrate our budget processes with each other and other entities. But if there's anything that we can do to answer questions, talk, like as things come up, if needed, please reach out to me or someone. Other major thing is emergency shelter. Code Blue has started, you've probably seen. Code Blue meaning the state mandate to provide people emergency shelter. No vetting beforehand on nights where it's below 32 degrees. For the moment, Code Blue activation is being announced day by day. It is activated tonight. just based on the temperature. And the way to access the shelter is either during business hours, so until 4:30 p.m., go to DSS or call the DSS phone number, which is 607-274-5030. After 5 p.m., you have to call the sheriff's non-emergency line at 607-272-2444, and they will route you to on-call DSS person to call back and connect you to shelter if possible. There are also just some community members running an assistance point for accessing Code Blue if something about calling is not accessible to you for any reason. So also from 5 to 10 p.m. on Code Blue nights, you can go to the First Baptist Church and talk to people from the Ithaca Tenants Union to help connect to the shelter. We are going to have for most of the season a congregate shelter, kind of like last year, but it will be down on Cherry Street at the old Found building, now that Found has moved up to the business park. That is, it's going to be run by Volunteers of America, our nonprofit partner. Can't remember if that was announced last time I was here. And as of an update a few hours ago, they are on track to open that by November 24th. And once that happens, that facility will be open just 24/7 and people can just go there, no time restrictions. I think that's all.
Thank you, legislator. Any questions or comments from my colleagues for the legislator? Mr. Nguyen.
Thanks, Veronica, and thank you and congratulations on your reelection. Can you remind me what the county put aside for TCAT? What increase you put aside? I just
$500,000.
thank you.
Any further questions for the legislator?
Mm.
Seeing none.
And-
and please.
Oh, I will say, I know some of you wrote a letter informally indicating your support for the similar increase to TCAT, and I know that's not binding, but I will say thank you because it did help us make a decision on our budget timeline.
Thank you very much. Oh, please, Alderperson Brown. Just remember to turn your microphone on, please.
Okay. My question is, so the I'm calling Creative Hub, that's my office. No, the joint homelessness project that was supposed to happen, could you give us a little update for because it looks like the plan dissolved. Could you kind of let us know what happened and where are y'all working with the city around that?
At the moment, the county in general is still very open to working with the city on something. However, simultaneously, we have kind of barreled ahead to try to open Code Blue. I mean, it's not even on time, but as soon as we can. I think that, I guess I also want to remind people, and I'm not sure where we are on these things, but there's sort of two homeless shelter projects going on at the county. One is standing up this Code Blue shelter very quickly for this year and probably next year. And then the other is the purpose designed and built permanent emergency shelter, which could have other things included into it. Volunteers of America is also the partner in designing that. The design process is, I think, very early, if even started, but at least I hope that we can, I mean, it'll be in the city. It has far, far more flexibility in what it could be than Code Blue this year did. And so I hope that we can collaborate somehow on that.
Thank you very much. Next, I'm going to read a proclamation commemorating Veterans Week and invite J.R. Claiborne from the county to provide any additional comments. And then I will also be formally presenting this proclamation to him on Tuesday for Veterans Day, which is Tuesday. So if you'll indulge me. Whereas for 2.5 centuries, the United States Armed Forces have stood as steadfast shield of liberty, defending our nation's ideals and securing peace at home and abroad. And whereas this year marks the 250th anniversary of the 1775 founding of the United States Army, the United States Navy, and the U.S. Marine Corps, all established by the Continental Congress during the American Revolution. And whereas the men and women of the armed forces, past and present, answer the call of duty in times of war and peace, often at great personal cost, to uphold the freedoms and values that define our society. And whereas we recognize not only those in uniform, but also the families, veterans, and communities who support them, forming the backbone of our nation's defense and resilience. And whereas General Dwight D. Eisenhower, Supreme Commander of the Allied Expeditionary Force during World War II and later the 34th President of the United States, once said, "History does not long entrust the care of freedom to the weak or the timid, a reflection of the resolve required to lead the largest amphibious military operation in history and to preserve liberty in the face of tyranny." And whereas General Colin Powell, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff during the Gulf War and the first African American to serve as the United States Secretary of State, reminded us that the day soldiers stop bringing you their problems is the day you have stopped leading them, a testament to the trust, communication, and moral responsibility that define effective military leadership. And whereas Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, Commander-in-Chief of the United States Pacific Fleet during World War II, once stated, "God grant me the courage not to give up what I think is right, even though I think it is hopeless," capturing the perseverance and moral clarity that guided the United States Navy through one of the most pivotal conflicts in history. And whereas General James Mad Dog Mattis, former United States Marine Corps General and Secretary of Defense, famously advised, "Engage your brain before you engage your weapon," a reminder of the discipline, intellect, and ethical responsibility that define the Marine Corps ethos. And whereas in celebrating this Veterans Day, November 11th, 2025, the City of Ithaca acknowledges the pride in veterans, active duty service members, military families, and the community who honor their contributions with gratitude and respect. And whereas in reaching this milestone, all City of Ithaca residents are invited to reflect on the enduring courage, sacrifice, and commitment of our service members, past and present. And whereas in honoring their sacrifices, achievements, and true warrior spirit, City of Ithaca residents are called upon to switch at least one public-facing light bulb to green in observance of Operation Greenlight to show visible support of our veteran community during the second full week of November and beyond. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Robert G. Cantelmo, Mayor of the City of Ithaca, commemorate the 250th anniversary of 3 founding branches of our nation's military, and be it further resolved that I proclaim, recognize, and designate November 9th through 15th, 2025 as Veterans Week in the City of Ithaca, New York, and invite all to reflect on the enduring courage, sacrifice, and commitment of our service members, and also urge all residents to join in honoring their legacy, valor, and unwavering service to our community and our nation. Thank you very much. Mr. Claiborne. If you could just turn your mic on, sorry. Thank you.
There we go. I don't think I've sat here in a long time, so good evening, council.
Good evening.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you, council, for the proclamation. As you know, saying the 250th is a very important milestone and definitely something to celebrate and in advance of our nation's sesquicentennial, I think it's called, next year. Just real quickly, want to say tomorrow at noon, actually, at Ithaca College is going to be their celebration for Veterans Day. That's going to be noon to 1 at Fort Hall. And then next week, of course, is Veterans Day, Veterans Week, we're calling it here in Tompkins County. So on Tuesday, actually, we ask everyone to go to the traditional ceremony held at various places around the county. For here, it'll be at DeWitt Park. So I'll see you there. Hope to see others of you there. And actually that afternoon, we're doing something with Delta Sigma Theta sorority in conjunction with them that afternoon, 1 o'clock. It's calling it Honor Women Veterans Dine and Discuss, where we're going to have clips of the movie 6888. And we're going to talk about that, have a panel of women veterans to share their experiences. And of course, we like feeding people, so we'll have lunch there for folks. And the other highlight for that week, there are a few things happening that week, but on Friday will be our first ever Veterans Expo. Again, capitalizing on the 250th anniversary. We're going to have a lot of resources that are available to let our military and veterans community and their families know that there are a lot of resources that are here available for them. And that's going to be 2 to 7 o'clock up at the mall in the former Ulta Beauty spot. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you for letting me, sharing with me actually that Tompkins County and the City of Ithaca does care about its veterans community. I still run into people who don't think that the community's history here is supportive of veterans and our military community. I've been in this office now for 6 years, and just this year I heard somebody say that people in Ithaca would rather burn the flag than raise the flag. And I found that like, wait a minute, hey, I'm right here. You know, it's like I served in the Navy. So there are people who still, I'm still working to help change that attitude, and I appreciate your support here to help us let people know that our military community is appreciated. I know the work that we do is not always, but it is done in service of our country, and I'm here to help the people who have already done the work, and we're here now trying to honor our veterans. So
Thank you very
thank
much.
you, everyone.
One question I have, I know that there was, in part, the celebration for the United States Navy's 250th birthday. There was a planned naval concert in the community, which I know presently has been canceled because of the government shutdown. Will you share with council when that is rescheduled? Thank you very much, Deputy Clerk.
I will definitely.
Thank you.
Yes, actually, because of the shutdown, we lost both the Air Force, I think they're called the Singing Sergeants. They will be here last month, and then like you said, the Navy Band this month. And so, yes, as soon as that gets together, I'll definitely share word. I know there's a lot of work that was put into getting them there, and they're even putting out things to help people know that it's going to happen later.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
And then just before turning to our regular order of business, I also want to just briefly recognize as good future stewards of the community. In the gallery today, we have alderpersons-elect Mr. DeFendini and Mr. Sewell, who will be representing the 1st and 3rd Ward respectively. So thank you very much. I also want to acknowledge and thank Mr. Nguyen for his candidacy. I think it's important for us to have as much community engagement in our elections as possible. So thank you all for being here. With that, I will turn to approval of the minutes. May I please have someone move the October 8th minutes? That is Alderperson St. Perez. May I have a second? Seconded by Alderperson Matos. Any comments on the minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting? That carries 9-0 with 2 of our colleagues absent. Now, so just for the public's edification, what we're going to do is we've got a couple of public hearings. You might be signed up for those. We're going to go through those. If you have public comment, that is also happening. It's just we got a lot of comments lined up in a row. So if I get to the very end and we start voting and you think you're here to speak and you haven't, wave me down. But otherwise, just bear with us. May I please have a council member move to open the public hearing for the budget? That is Mr. Keel, seconded by Mr. St. Perez. All those in favor of opening the public hearing on the budget? That carries unanimously. My first speaker on the budget is Teresa Alt. You're all going to get sick of me saying this next part, but I'm going to say it a lot tonight. Welcome. You have 3 minutes once you begin.
I'm Teresa Alt of 206 Eddy Street in College Town. I have a complaint about process. After looking at the list of documents under 2026 budget process on the official Common Council website, I could not find the version of the budget that is currently under consideration. It's good that there is a detailed memo about all the proposed adjustments, but it is not clear what version of the budget these adjustments are being applied to, nor is it clear what the resulting budget will be. And the memo specifies the reduction, but doesn't say what is the total amount that is being reduced. So you have positioned yourselves well to be able to tell any member of the public that they don't know what they're talking about. Getting into the specifics, I do not appreciate this fetishization of the tax cap. That tax cap was just a political ploy by ex-Governor Cuomo to pretend he was giving everybody savings. They aren't always possible. We residents have to pay the taxes that it takes to run the city and keep it safe. Until state law can be changed to give municipalities fairer sources of income, are you postponing expenditures because you believe that state proposals to tax the rich will actually be adopted? it may cost more to fix problems later on. When, for instance, I've said before, when we shortchange DPW, roads become slick in winter, cars skid into other cars, more work for the police, maybe overtime. That's not such a bargain. It could get worse if cars slide into pedestrians. Lawsuits. So think carefully before cutting what looks like low-hanging fruit.
Thank you very much. My next speaker for the public hearing is Chris Milner. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. You will have 3 minutes once you begin.
I'm Chris Milner from the Third Ward, and about the budget, it's really not too impressive, to be honest. The state of the city finances are so poor that we still haven't completed a 2022 audit of the budget and the city finances, which is just, and you don't even know how much money is in the balance right now. You don't know if you've got $7 million, $14 million. And yet I see that certain members of Common Council want to spend additional money on OTRs, giving money to TCAT just because TCAT came to us with their handout. And I'm trying to tell you that you can't do that. We just don't know if we've got the money for this. My taxes have gone up at a rate of 8.1% annually over the last 5 years. So that's a very high rate of inflation for taxes. I can pay it, I'm fine, but that's higher than Trump's inflation rate. So you're doing something better than Trump with the rate you're increasing my taxes. It's okay, I'll pay it. But you're shutting people out of the city who can't, okay? There's not going to be a middle class in Ithaca much longer. It's going to be people who make below median income and the very wealthy. You're not going to get anybody in between. That's going to lead to the deterioration of the city. And so what I'm trying to tell you is it is not okay to put money into over-target funding requests, not now and not next year when things might settle down. It's not okay to give TCAT additional money. It's not okay to use fund balance when you don't know what you've got in the fund balance, and you may not have raises. You may not. Does anyone have any questions? Thanks.
Thank you very much. My next speaker is Lee Rogers. Could have swore I saw her earlier. Lee? No? Okay. My next speaker is John Graves, who I do see. Welcome, John. You have 3 minutes once you begin.
What a difference a year makes. Last year, barely a penny could be removed from the city budget without the sky falling. This year, a $2.1 million accounting error is being removed from the city budget and the sky is still up. Last year, the 8.1 budget increase was a disaster. This year, it has me questioning if the city manager form of government is right for Ithaca. The city of Binghamton, which has 13,500 more residents than Ithaca, has already delivered its $110 million city budget that decreases the property tax rate for homeowners by 0.1%. And they did it with a mayor and 7 council members. The city of Ithaca, on the other hand, has a city manager, an assistant city manager, a mayor, and 10 council members who are proposing a $112 million city budget that increases the property tax rate for homeowners by someplace around 2.7%. Up until now, I believe that the City Hall's uncontrollable appetite for spending could be held in check with a focus on fiscal discipline. At this point, however, we are now looking at a 4.3% budget increase over last year's budget. And residents are SOL when it comes to fiscal discipline controlling the process. currently, I'm seriously reassessing my lifelong attachment to the city of Ithaca, something I never thought I'd say.
Thank you. My next speaker is Zach Wynn. Welcome. You have 3 minutes once you begin.
Good evening. I appreciate that you decided to keep the budget within the tax cap. I know the budget is especially tight this year, in no small part due to the shortfall that was discovered a few weeks ago. If it comes down to a choice of funding TCAT or other projects like the Unarmed Response Unit, I hope that TCAT is prioritized as it is such a crucial mode of transportation for the city and county. The funding is necessary to avoid route cuts that will cause a reduction in ridership, and along with it, the federal subsidies that make up the bulk of the organization's budget and could potentially trigger a death spiral for the organization. Thank you.
Thank you. My next speaker on the budget hearing is Jim Smith. Welcome, Jim. As you know, you have 3 minutes once you begin.
Hi, Jim Smith, Ithaca. Coming to these meetings, sometimes you become aware of something that hadn't crossed your mind. And I saw the fire department had requested for a lieutenant for the fire marshal's office, and that made incredible sense to me. I was working when they had the fire at Asteri. You were lucky that it was not a mass casualty event. The smokes in the stairwell, but 3 people had to go to the hospital, is my understanding. The fire marshal's office is responsible for inspecting all these buildings. Usually you go in once a year and do it. On the Asteri, you almost need to do it every day. We go there, I go on their EMS calls all the time. You'll see emergency fire doors propped open, stuff like that. If there's anything that you're going to spend extra money on, or you can find a way to fund this, I haven't talked to the fire department about it, but it makes eminent sense. You know, all the complaints about the Asteri. A lot of times you say, well, there's nothing we can do. Well, this is something you can do to ensure the safety of the residents in those high rises, the Asteri and the art house and that. Ithaca's fire marshal's office is much smaller than Binghamton, but you probably have a lot more larger occupancy buildings. So if you can find a way to do this, it seems like a priority. Thank you.
Thank you. My next speaker is Matthew Rosenblum. Welcome, Matthew. You have 3 minutes once you begin.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. And I apologize. I filled out a comment card, but this is the public comment I intended. So I'm here to speak on behalf of TCAT and support for the additional $500,000 increase in the underwriter's share. So as I'm sure all you know, TCAT's funded by 3 underwriters. It's like a 3-legged stool. The shortest stool sets the height of the stool. So if one underwriter comes in low, they all come in low. And we're in a bit of an unprecedented situation. We have been running off ARPA and CRISA funds, and those have largely evaporated. So we're now in a situation where we have to increase the underwriter's share to maintain our service levels. Essentially, the underwriter's share stayed flat since 2019, while costs have gone up significantly. Nothing costs the same today as it does in 2019, especially in the transportation world where you deal with labor, oil, gasoline, all of those things. So we need this funding to keep our buses in good shape, keep our service on the road. What we are trying to avoid is exactly what the previous commenter said, where we do service cuts. That means a reduction in ridership, which means a reduction in operating funds, which means more service cuts, and the system begins to unravel. So we have a very short window to address this problem, and the support of the city with this underwriter's ask is very critical. And this is a service that everyone in the community can use, but it is a service that a lot of people depend on when they're lower income, when they're handicapped, when they can afford a car or can no longer drive. Public transit is really an essential service, and it's important to invest in it. The economic vitality of the community is tied to it. Without getting people to their places of employment, things like that, businesses will have to curtail hours. You'll see a drop in sales tax revenue. And if the deficit that TCAT's facing cannot be addressed, it ultimately will essentially come as an assessment on the 3 underwriters. So if we can't get this budget hole addressed early, the budget hole gets larger, and eventually the asks become larger. And if the future asks are not successful, then there is this assessment where the deficit of TCAT gets split evenly among the 3 underwriters, which is a situation no one wants. So I would, again, really encourage you to support that ask.
Thank you very much. And my last speaker for this public hearing is Professor Nick Klein.
Thank you for that honorific. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members. I am Nick Klein. I'm a resident of Fall Creek, resident of City Ithaca. I'm also a professor of city planning at Cornell. And thanks to your approval, I sit on the board of TCAT along with one of your colleagues and our former mayor who's in the audience. I think the previous speakers have offered really articulate arguments on behalf of TCAT and the ask, and I've spoken to many of you. I'm happy to speak to others of you about this in detail from my perspective. And I think everything they say is absolutely true about the risks of TCAT for ridership in terms of sort of what we'd call a death spiral, where we reduce service, ridership declines, we reduce service more, ridership declines more, until we're left with almost nothing running. In addition, the fiscal implications for you, I'm sure you all know better than I. I will say that, I've been on TCAT's board now since February. And, I think from my perspective, as a professor and someone who studies transportation, it has been really wonderful to be on the board and to see the leadership at TCAT. I think we often see, we have complaints. I'm a rider of the bus. I have my own complaints about when the bus doesn't show up. I take the 10. And I think I've been, so impressed with the leadership at TCAT under Matthew Rosenblum-Jones and Tiffany Walker, and just the things that they're doing and the wonderful strides that TCAT is taking. I'm sure you've all seen the new buses that are running out there, both the electric and the diesel buses that are running, and service has gotten much, much better since I've been on there in the 10 months. Hiring has improved, we're fully staffed, we have a union contract that has been done. And, it just is so sad to see this idea that all the gains that we've been making and the investments that you've been putting in there are at risk. If we have to do these service cuts, it's going to be tremendously hurtful to people, to ridership, to people who need and rely on the bus, to people who have to get to work early who won't have a choice, will have to get a car or pay for parking or pay for Uber or Lyft or call up their friends and family or walk long distances. And so I just urge you to support this ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, may I have a motion to close the public hearing? Mr. Clemens, you have signed up for public comment, which is not the public hearing for the budget. So, Mr. Clemens, this is not back and forth. I have your card for when we get to public comment, but you have not signed up for that. You have a comment card for public comment. This is my last time I'm going to address them back and forth. You will be recognized once we get to that, but there is a number of cards in my hand. May we have a motion to close the public hearing? Mr. Keel, seconded by Mr. St. Perez. All those in favor of closing the public hearing? That carries unanimously. Now may I have a motion to open the public hearing on local law amending section C44 proceedings to collect unpaid taxes. That is Mr. Letterman. That is seconded by Mr. St. Perez. All those in favor of opening that public hearing? That carries unanimously. There are no people signed up for this public hearing. May I have a motion to close the public hearing? Moved by Alderperson Kumar, seconded by Alderperson Keel. All those in favor of closing the public hearing? That carries unanimously. Now I'm going to go to comments from the public, which can be on anything, including the budget. And the first person I have is Tracy, is it McAvelli? McAvelli, excuse me. And you are recognized for 7 minutes because you are speaking on behalf of 6 or plus people. So you have no more than 7 minutes per our rules of procedure. And your time begins as soon as you start speaking.
Thanks. My name is Tracy McEvely, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Spencer Road Neighborhood Association to urgently request that the City of Ithaca implement traffic calming measures along Spencer Road and Stone Quarry Road. We're here to publicly present this letter with over 20 signatures requesting the planned traffic study is completed immediately and traffic calming measures implemented. We have been contacting the city and requesting traffic calming for over 8 years, but we still have not seen meaningful action, although we are now getting replies to our emails. I'll keep this to the allotted time, but we're submitting the full letter to be included in the meeting notes. Spencer Road and Stone Quarry Road provide the only scenic way to access Buttermilk Falls from downtown and thus are frequented by many pedestrians and cyclists in the city. These roads are designated urban collectors and are heavily used by drivers commuting to downtown Ithaca or bypassing Route 13 congestion. The safety of Spencer Road and Stone Quarry Road affect more than just the residents who live there. Unfortunately, the volume and speed of this traffic have created persistent safety hazards for residents, pedestrians, cyclists, and children in our neighborhood. These conditions culminated in a hit and run on February 15th, 2025, in which our neighbor was struck by a vehicle that fled the scene. To date, the driver of the vehicle has not received any consequences, while the injured party spent over 6 months recovering and has only recently been able to return to work. As recently as June 2025, the City of Ithaca reaffirmed its commitment to the Vision Zero initiative, which aims for zero traffic-related deaths and injuries. In this spirit, we are bringing the following issues to your attention and more which are detailed in the letter. Drivers regularly drive on the sidewalk at Spencer Road and Stone Quarry Road, where the Stone Quarry apartments are located. Drivers routinely drive onto the sidewalk and drive through the raised road barrier and bollards meant to prevent traffic between the 300 and 400 blocks. Children from the Stone Quarry apartments play or walk in this area, and pedestrians regularly use this sidewalk, which is one of the few sidewalks in our neighborhood. The current situation poses an immediate danger. Kate Delagarza, Executive Director of INHS. We routinely get feedback from residents and families with young children at Stone Quarry apartments that cars and trucks drive over the sidewalk triangle, seriously endangering pedestrian safety. This is a tragic incident just waiting to happen. Speeds of 40 to 70 miles per hour and persistent failure to stop at stop signs. From the 300 block to the 600 block, vehicles frequently exceed the posted 25 miles per hour and fail to stop at intersections. Speed monitors placed at 333 Spencer Road recorded multiple vehicles traveling between 41 and 46 miles per hour earlier this year. Residents have observed vehicles traveling at speeds as high as 50 to 70 miles per hour on a regular basis in the 500 and 600 block. So we've started our own traffic incident log that we maintain as a group, and residents' documented observations show that the majority of drivers fail to come to a complete stop at the intersection of Stone Quarry and Spencer Roads, as well as the intersection of South Meadow Street and Spencer Road. This has an impact on our daily safety. Children wait for and board buses at Spencer Road and South Meadow Street, as well as Spencer Road and Stone Quarry Road, where many drivers ignore the stop signs and speed through the area at 40 miles per hour or more. One of our residents describes the fear of letting her son walk to the school bus stop amid high speeds, aggressive driving, and a lack of sidewalks. Others report being harassed by drivers and narrowly missed by vehicles swerving around school buses and slower moving traffic. A resident with a baby acknowledges that they are now even more concerned and worry they won't be able to run out of the way if a car isn't paying attention and doesn't follow the rules. We respectfully urge the city to conduct a formal traffic study on Spencer and Stone Quarry roads with the goal of installing traffic calming measures such as additional signage, speed bumps, raised crosswalks, and additional stop signs. Install a removable bollard for emergency vehicles only and signage in front of Stone Quarry apartments to prevent cars from routinely driving through the sidewalk areas. Monitor and enforce this posted 25-mile-per-hour limit with a police presence, traffic cameras, and citations for speed violations. Spencer Road is a vibrant, long-standing community. It's one of the oldest neighborhoods in Ithaca, one where residents walk, bike, and gather outdoors. The current traffic patterns threaten our safety and quality of life. We urge the city of Ithaca to take immediate steps to calm traffic, repair infrastructure, and make our streets safe for all users. As one of our teenage residents stated, we just want our street to feel like a neighborhood. Thank you for your attention to this urgent matter.
Thank you. My next speaker is Emily Thuja. I did have a comment card for Chris Milner, but they left, so unless I am missing them. But they also signed up for the public, yeah. So Emily, welcome. Good to see you. As you know, you have 3 minutes once you begin.
Happy Election Day to those who are celebrating. Yes, I'm Emily Thuja. I live on South Hill in Ward 3. And to the uninitiated, I'm the one who lobbies to get the city's audits caught up. The $2 million budget shortfall can't have been fun for anybody, and if reading about it in the news wasn't rough enough, the public commentary on it has been alarmed, to put it lightly. Trust in the city government is low right now. I truly hope that your resolve is sharpened to get a controller into the finance department expeditiously. I hope the budget includes a salary provision that an attractive and competent candidate would actually accept. If the department had had a head and was fully staffed, maybe the $2 million discrepancy could have been caught sooner or not occurred at all. If the city could get caught up on its financial reporting, the city of Ithaca would be a big step closer to regaining its citizens' trust.
Thank you. My next speaker is it Chin Stage? Well, that's all right. You have 3 minutes to address us whenever you are ready.
I just want to say, because I'm ready to retirement, but a couple years before the city changed to the Milo, water Milo. Now, because we every month, we every 3 months we need to pay the bill. My one person, my neighbor, the 2 people, the same bill, 就是 same cost. 就是 I don't understand why they one person cost 2 people same the cost and call the city the water the lady. She said because this is minimal. Like it's every month, like it's $81. That's very hard for unvetted retirement. Yeah, that's my here. I like 是就是 you have the Milo every time I use how much. You charge how much? Now it's no. Now it's minimal to charge it the same. I don't know. I don't understand why.
I'm going to beg council's indulgence and just say, can you leave your street address with the deputy clerk? And we
My
will connect you-
address, oh, you want my address?
If you don't, I don't want you to read it into the microphone so that the whole world knows where you live, but just let the deputy clerk know, and we will connect you to your alder person. I hope council doesn't object to that. My next speaker is Lee Rogers, who I also called earlier and she was not here, so I'm just going to give her one more chance. Okay. Zach, are you speaking again? Okay. So you have 3 minutes on, whatever.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm glad to be able to tell you that there is now a water supply in the exception zone area of the jungle encampments behind Walmart. And on behalf of Mike Morrell, who lives in the exception zone, I want to thank the mayor for listening to his pleas for this water source and encouraging DPW to make this basic amenity a priority. A few days ago, I sent you an article and legal document regarding a lawsuit by Downtown Ithaca Local Development against Vecino Group New York regarding conditions at the Asteria as they relate to the Downtown Ithaca Conference Center, which has seen its reputation devastated by what is going on. Among other issues you are well aware of, like human waste, fires, and cockroach infestation, is mention of the fact that several deaths have occurred in the building. If I read the lawsuit correctly, the city is paying the rent for the conference center space, and I'm curious if that could serve as leverage in bringing Vecino Group into compliance or allowing the city to become party to the lawsuit. With people dying next door to this building on a frequent basis, I think it is necessary to keep the conditions at the Asteria and Conference Center at the forefront of your attention. I again ask you to do whatever is within your power to get things under control and bring Vecino into compliance. I have sent you photos of a homeless encampment that has been established inside the Seneca Street bus shelter where someone froze to death last year. As it stands, the inside of the bus shelter is not inviting to everyday travelers trying to use the shelter to stay out of the elements. I believe there are several people employed for outreach to the homeless, and I hope that some solution for these individuals' plight can be found before a hard freeze sets in, and that they can be encouraged to avail themselves of Code Blue. While allowing people to sleep in the bus station does not seem like a long-term solution, if people are going to be allowed to remain living in the bus shelter, it would be worthwhile to consider modifying the heater control so it stays on constantly instead of needing to be triggered every 15 minutes, and putting some kind of cover over the openings as well as insulation on the glass. Thank you.
Thank you. My next speaker is James Smith. Welcome. You have 3 minutes once you begin.
Okay. Bravo to Trumansburg and Dryden. Halloween, the EMS system in Ithaca was totally overwhelmed. They sent their ambulances into the city. Trumansburg's ambulance stayed here almost all night, transported a gunshot victim to Robert Packard. We benefited from 2 municipalities that take EMS response seriously. In the meantime, I still have not heard anything from Ms. Molinoff regarding the 55 dispatch codes that she promised last spring would be addressed. The city manager system is a failure. We have a mayor who is a referendum denier. We voted for a diminished role for the mayor, yet he has been unwilling to relinquish an authority. They have been discussing a raise for the mayor. That should go back to the voters if you're going to do that. Then there's their city manager. I first thought about the statistics when she presented her statistics on IFD, calling and she showed a 20% increase. And I looked at the numbers and I thought it was more Bernie Madoff than Mullinoff. Either she was indolent, incompetent, or deliberately wanted to mislead council regarding presenting statistics that could truly inform the public. She doesn't return calls, won't tell us what the audits will be, when they will be done, doesn't tell us how much they're costing, won't inform us of the actual cost of the interest rates on the bond rating. We're told the audits aren't done because of COVID, unfilled positions, and the dog ate her homework. It's like watching a chili eating contest. How much will you swallow without throwing up? Tax increases are the most unsustainable thing facing the city. Eliminate the director of sustainability, put her salary towards a controller that can do the job, and terminate Ms. Mullinoff. I can give you 2,000,000.1 reasons why you should do that. Thank you.
My next speaker is former Mayor Laura Lewis and Chair of TCAT. Laura, as you may know better than anybody, you have 3 minutes once you begin.
I seem to recall that. Thank you very much. As the mayor indicated, I am speaking tonight as a TCAT board member. I will be reiterating some of the comments that TCAT's general manager, Matthew Rosenblum, made earlier, as well as my colleague on the TCAT board, Nick Klein. I'm speaking tonight in support of TCAT's request of the city and, in fact, of all three underwriters, the county, the city, and Cornell, for an increased contribution of $500,000. While there are financial strains and uncertainties for all of the underwriters, I believe it is critical to sustain transit as a public service, getting people to work, medical appointments, school, and shopping. Increasing ridership, which we all want to see, requires dependable, reliable, and for some, expanded service in order to increase not only TCAT revenues, but, as has been pointed out, city sales tax and access to jobs. Service cuts would have negative impact on all our residents as well as city businesses. TCAT has a need, in fact, a responsibility to maintain a healthy fund balance. As the general manager pointed out, once that fund balance is depleted, it is not replenished. TCAT faces increased costs, labor costs, healthcare costs, fuel, gas and electric, an aging facility that was first built in 1992, and tariffs. There are uncertainties in federal as well as state support. Staffing levels at TCAT have now been stabilized thanks to TCAT's dedicated and very talented leadership team. TCAT now has an outstanding general manager, an outstanding HR director, controller, and other staff who have come on board in the last 2 years since this leadership team has come in place. Now is the time to build upon those strengths and to invest in transit for people who live and work here in our community. Thanks so much for your support.
Thank you. Jordan Clemens, you're my next speaker. Welcome. You have 3 minutes once you begin.
Hi, good evening. I'm just going to run through some quick points here. I'm Jordan Clemens, founder of a grassroots revitalization nonprofit called Unbroken Promise Initiative. Some of you all may have known me for leading the community through the civil discourse during 2020 post the George Floyd murder. From there, we began community organizing, reimagining public safety, Ithaca electric transportation access came out of it, Ithaca ETA, a plethora of other West End downtown revitalization initiative, which influenced the the policy for the city when it comes to downtown revitalization. I say that to say, for the last 5 years, despite me working fist and glove with the mayor's office, which has now been eradicated under this city manager structure, UPI has failed to be paid and compensated for all the work and contribution to the city. I've been coming here every year and had to come here at least 1 year, every year, despite the fact that I've been in constant communication, constantly in the news, constantly in my community, constantly on meetings, constantly at conferences at the state level, constantly meeting with the United States Treasury when it came to ARPA to help craft and implement things that made sure that the policy around ARPA was to influence economic disparities within marginalized communities, et cetera. And up to this point, UPI has only been compensated for 2 years under the youth enrichment programming component of the relationship and partnership with the city, not with the most pressing and most significant aspect of the work, which was the addressing economic insecurities in marginalized and disenfranchised communities. Okay. Another thing is, lastly, I want to just, I'll continue to work with the city and continue to be consistent and persistent on that. I'm aware of the constraints within the budget. However, I've been very, very patient with the city while continuing to provide value to ensure that my community had a direction, as well as sharing that direction and that vision with the broader community to ensure our city was competitive at the state level for resources. And so, I want to continue that work, and hopefully that work continues on upward to the federal level. Also, I just want to clear up for any people who may have misinterpreted the things that were said during my my panel when Gare was here. For those of you who had attended, I never intended to specifically talk to the city government as far as my relationship or my experience. I've worked with a broad across the spectrum of government.
Thank
And
you very
so
much.
I want to just clear the air that
That is your time.
that
Jordan.
is the
Thank you very
thing.
much.
Okay.
Thank you. My next speaker is Nicole Daria. Did I pronounce that correctly? Doria, I'm sorry. Welcome. You have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you. I'm here as a homeowner on Wood Street, and I've lived in Ithaca. I first moved downtown on South Albany Street way back when you could buy a decent house for $120,000. The past 5 years, I've been a solo income homeowner with 3 children, a school teacher for Ithaca City School District until just recently, and now a small business owner. It has been a hustle life of working full-time with 2 side jobs just to make ends meet and no savings. I am coming because 5 years ago, as a creative solution to stay in my home and to keep my kids in Ithaca, I became a homeowner Airbnb host. And I followed it by the book, paid all my taxes, been very transparent and followed all the rules. Just to give you, last year, it added $14,000 to my income, which again allows me to stay living here and serving my community. This past year, I just wanted to give feedback. I've been wanting to do this for months. I just haven't had space in my life to do it. The new process in place for owner occupied Airbnb hosts is really horrendous. I went through the full permitting process. I had to put $4,000 worth of work into my home, which included things like adding a handrail to my basement, which no Airbnb guest ever has access to. So they inspected my whole home, even though I only Airbnb out the front of my home when my kids are at their dad's house. And I learned that so I've been approved for 5 years, but the cost to get the permit was $400. And I'm required to pay that every January to renew this permit, even though the permit is good for 5 years. I have learned that if you are a long-term renter in this town, you don't have to pay the permit, but it's every 5 years that you pay the permit. And I really think that's inequitable. My role in this community is I bring tourism here. I have a sweet little guidebook where I direct all of my residents, and I've had 102 stay at my home, to all of our local businesses. So in addition to keeping me here and allowing me to be in this community, I bring people and welcome them into our city, which I think we want. And I just am imploring you all to take a look at this $400 a year. It might not seem a lot to you all, but it's a tremendous amount to me. And I put $4,000 to get the permit to continue this operation in my home. So I'm looking at a loss for this year, in addition to a $400 fee that long-term renters don't have to do. When I asked about why this fee existed, I was told that the city employs a service to monitor.
Thank you. I'm sorry, that is your time,
Okay,
but you
I
may
will-
submit the rest of your comments in writing to the Common Council.
Thank you.
Professor Klein, I'm assuming you're not speaking again? Yeah, that was an oopsie. Yep, all right. So that, we have no online speakers, correct, Deputy Clerk? All right, so with that, that concludes statements from the public. Any comments from council? See, Mr. Shapiro, you're recognized.
Sure. I just want to say I appreciate that last comment about the challenges with the short-term, gosh, I just forgot the short-term rental policy that we passed early on in 2024. I've been wondering how that policy has been playing itself out, and it's good. Well, I don't know if it's good to hear the feedback you gave, but it's good to get feedback nonetheless. And I do think now that we've been in this policy for about 1.5 years or so, there's probably some reason to revisit how it's working out, and I hope that we can do that in the new year. So thanks for bringing that back to my attention.
Mr. Shapiro, I'll just quickly say, if you'd like to write me an email, we can arrange for a briefing on that update. Absolutely. Mr. Keel.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I would also love to be CC'd on that email. I've spoken at meetings before about how I think that there are some definite changes that need to be made to the Airbnb policy. I think one thing specifically that we've talked about for Tiffany and I's district is that, you have massive amounts of housing that is empty for 4 months of the year. And it seems like a total waste to me that we're not trying to utilize that to bring tourism to our community. And I totally understand the reasoning behind why we're doing what we're doing. But also I think there's some improvements that can be made, and I look forward to working with the community to figure out where those pain points are and how we address them. I also wanted to speak briefly on those of you who came out to speak at the budget hearing. Thank you for being here. It's really important that your voices are heard. And then on Spencer Road, thank you so much for coming out this evening. Your statements legitimately almost brought me to tears because that's just such an oversight in our community. And I really hope that the city administration will focus on bringing us forward a plan to address that and taking immediate action. I think for all the reasons outlined, this is something that we owe to this community and really should prioritize. And I also look forward to reading your whole email when you send it. Thank you for coming out, and if you're staying, I hope you enjoy the evening.
Ms. Brown.
Thanks to everybody who came out and spoke. I want to start with speaking. I totally agree with the whole OTR piece, but anyway, we'll be speaking about that soon. And just want to say I'm really encouraged by the talk about the fire marshal. I think we're really in need. And so then I want to go to this $500,000 for TCAT, which for me is pretty much, I know how it works and they'll wind up getting it. However, I have questions about that. The person talked about the number 10 bus, and that goes every 30 minutes. And it talks about, this whole people who are need this for going shopping, this, that, and the other. And when I think about the services to those communities that are poor or not, I don't see that same type of service that Cornell gets, that Ithaca College gets, all night long, all day long. Those services aren't giving it to them. And so when I hear about that, I'm kind of questionable and need to have more information. I've been really impressed with the hiring of TCAT. I've never been more impressed and happy sitting at Seneca Street and seeing about 4 Black women driving buses. That really warmed my heart, right? But when I think about the uses of TCAT asking the city for that much money, and then who uses it most, maybe we give half or something like that, but Cornell, Ithaca College, and some of those entities maybe need to pay more. I know it's gonna pass, of course. Also, when we sit here and hear about Spencer Road and we're asking for 500,000 for TCAT, and you try to weigh out where should that money really be going, or, it's questionable. And so, I think about that a lot, and I'm really concerned when I hear Jordan, who's been coming here for the last 5 years, right? And having this same conversation with the work that they're doing in the community. And it's always, or I'm not gonna say always, it's been very heartbreaking to watch young Black men who I watched grow up in this community, who I was his after-school person at Southside, and to see, it feels sort of like begging to me, trying to understand better about doing this work for 5 years and only being paid for 2 years, and understanding clearly has been uncomfortable for me. Uncomfortable because I've watched this young man do the work. I watched him do the work, and I think as council, I maybe, I don't know, I feel like we're missing something, or I'm missing something, or how does it work so that we can continue to encourage young Black and brown individuals in this community, and poor people, rural people, whoever, who have the desire to make our communities better, and have and feel comfortable enough to do this. I mean, 5 years straight at every council meeting for 5 years would have got, no, no, I'm not that person, but some people would have deterred them and not come back. And I'm hoping we find some way of giving community who don't think that they matter reasons to understand that they do matter. It's that's for me. And so those are my comments for tonight, but I heard some really good comments from the community, and thank you all for always coming out. Good night.
Mr. Letterman.
Hello, thanks everyone for coming out. Just a couple of things. First, thank you, JR, for Veterans Week. Appreciate the work you do. Thank you to Emily Thuja on the city budget work. I think you were the first person I ever so put together a graph of the city's net position. And I think I told the mayor the other day, you were my favorite or second favorite public commenter. Thanks to the Spencer Road folks. I'm glad, I know we are part of Vision Zero and it's helpful to know about that. And then I think just for the public edification, we're going to be doing a budget amendment about TCAT at the very end of the meeting. It's gonna be the last item on the budget amendments.
If that's so moved.
Okay, well, I'll be moving it, so that's all. But
You're
just-
expecting me to predict what's going to happen at this table?
I should know better, shouldn't I? But yes, just wanted to mention that I guess I will be moving that at the end of the meeting, so thank you.
Alderperson Haynes Sharp.
Thanks everyone for coming out. And I wanted to shout out your comments, Mr. Smith, on the fire marshal and the importance of fire prevention and the safety of the community. And on Spencer Street, that's 8 years is a long time. And thank you for coming tonight. And just given the ward that Duxon and I are in, I also want to mention that residents on Aurora Street are also struggling with safety concerns on Aurora Street. So I wanted to say that publicly.
Alderperson Fabrizio.
Yes, thank you, everybody, for coming out. I'll start with the last one, with the short-term rental issues. I've also heard from somebody, almost the exact same story, somebody in my ward, and the enormous cost that it has been to actually do the required inspections and changes to the property. That also, some of them seemed very unwarranted. So I would like to see us come together, and now that this policy's been in place, I'd like to see some staff maybe get together with council members and we can connect the residents so that they can get some input. We need to figure out a formal way to gather input on this and review it and see what kinds of tweaks need to be made to make this better. With regard on the fire codes, I'd like to just reiterate my request for an update from the department and from the city manager so that the public can finally figure out what it is we respond to or don't respond to and how that is meeting the basic standards that we need for this community. Wow, Spencer Road, I had no idea this was going on in Spencer Road. I've been on council less than 2 years, but that's long enough. I can't say that I've heard about that. So thank you for coming. But we have to do more than say thank you for coming. I guess I'm asking what is going to happen, how staff will convene, meet with people, understand the situation, how we begin to move forward and make a plan to address it. Mayor, would you like to address that?
If you don't mind, I just, when the folks arrived early, I also shared, I know Tracy had emailed us, I shared the form to request a traffic study from the engineering department. They've received that, and I'm happy to work, as I've communicated via email, offline with them to get them what they need.
Thank you so much for doing that. Thank you. Keep at it, people on Spencer Road, until you get it done. And then I just want to address just basically about the budget and our need to sort of rein things in. DPW is something that, you know, I care about very much about road, sidewalk safety, everything all related to DPW. I know that Teresa referred to one of the cuts that, you know, has been proposed to help balance the budget. It's $145,000, I think it is, from DPW. And it was referred to as low-hanging fruit. I don't really see it that way. What I'm thinking is the DPW budget, which I just want people to know, is $19.4 million. So that represents a really teeny, that's like less than 1% of their budget. You know math better than me. So I think we can't have everything. We do need to get realistic about making cuts. I think that one, I'm going to trust the administration on this, that's going to help us out to fill a hole and without having dire consequences. So that's all I want to say. Thanks so much.
And lastly, Alderperson Montos.
Yes, thank you everyone who came out tonight. And I just wanted to say for the Spencer Road Association, please just keep me in the loop and let me know how I can advocate. I would love to figure out either bringing a memo forward or something in the early next year for traffic calming. Overall, it's a really big issue that I hear from constituents in all neighborhoods in Ward 1. So I would love for the administration to figure out a plan. Thank you.
And just without repeating anything any of my colleagues said, I will just also note that stay tuned. The council will vote, I think, at our December meeting on a request to the state legislature for home rule authorization to allow us, we don't know where they'll be yet, but to allow us to have authorization for speed and red light cameras, which is unfortunately the way that New York State works, requires that we get Albany to say it's okay before we do it. But I think that can tie into these broader concerns about traffic calming there and elsewhere in the city. All right, council, we have nothing on consent agenda, so may I please have someone summarize and move ordinance amending Ithaca City Code?
Didn't we add something to consent agenda?
Not to consent, we just added it to that's gonna come as member filed at the very end, but thank you, Alderperson.
Apologies for my
No, that's quite all right. May I have someone or summarize and move the chapter 146 amendment for electricians? Mr. Letterman, please.
I move an ordinance amending Chapter 5, Article 5 of Chapter 146 of the Ithaca City Code entitled Electricians. And my understanding, and thanks to Isaac and the Attorney's Office for drafting this, is this would allow the, this is accompanied with local law, this would allow the Examining Board of Electricians to move to the international standard for examinations.
Thank you, Mr. Letterman. Is there a second? Mr. St. Perez, there was no discussion on this at committee. Any comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? That carries unanimously. May I have someone summarize and move our amendment to Chapter 170, the use of city real property? Mr. Letterman.
I move an ordinance amending Ithaca City Code, Chapter 170, entitled Use of City Real Property. This in part, this came from, and Victor, interrupt me if I've got this wrong, changes that were made at these by the state about when collections have to occur, but this also will give us more time to get notice to folks who are back on their taxes. I know we had that list sent out among us, but that's been a concern in the past about the amount of time and number of notices given. So hopefully this will help remedy that issue.
Sorry, just to jump in, are we on, is one said the 170 change or the C40?
This is the 170 change.
The 170 change is the license permit renewals one. You're talking about C44, but that was a good description.
Thank you. All right, I already moved it. I just gave the
Yes.
wrong description.
Mr. St. Perez seconds. Any discussion on this item? Those in favor? That carries unanimously. Mr. Letterman, you want to summarize the amendment to the?
Already taken care of.
All right, there we go.
I move a local law amending section C44. It's C40? C44 of the Ithaca City Charter entitled Proceedings to Collect Unpaid Taxes for the purpose of changing the date on which penalties for delinquent taxes are assessed.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. St. Perez. Any discussion? This is a local law, so we'll go to a roll call vote. Alderperson Matos.
Yes.
Alderperson Brown. Alderperson Nguyen.
Aye.
Alderperson Haynes Sharp.
Yes.
Alderperson St. Perez.
Yay.
Alderperson Shapiro. Alderperson Keel.
Yes.
Alderperson Kumar.
Yes.
Alderperson Letterman.
Yes.
Alderperson Fabrizio.
Yes.
And the mayor votes yes. That carries unanimously. I am going to request unanimous consent to just handle two other short voting items before we turn to the next item, which is the budget. Any objections? Okay, first is just, I'm going to move this resolution. I will summarize, right? This is basically the Home Energy Assistance Program provides heating and energy assistance to 1.5 million New Yorkers, and it failed to open as scheduled on November the 3rd. We are asking Governor Hochul to issue a immediate and statewide moratorium on residential electric, gas, and combination utility terminations, including those under the Long Island Power Authority, until this assistance program is fully funded and reopened. We are urging the governor to use state funds to restore these benefits so that eligible households may access emergency assistance without delay. We are calling upon the New York State Public Service Commission to pause all customer disenrollments from energy affordability programs until this is reinstated, urging the state to work in partnership with utilities, counties, and community organizations to ensure timely outreach, processing, and disbursement of these benefits once reopened. And we are directing the city clerk's office to provide copies of this resolution once approved and certified to our various New York State representatives. Is there a second? Mr. Shapiro seconds. Any comments or discussion on this? All those in favor? That carries unanimously. Council, we will also just note, I have two appointments, which you would have been able to access the credentials for these appointees in Legislate. I have two appointments to the Ithaca Housing Authority Board. One of those is a reappointment and one of those is a new application. These appointments are for 5-year terms that will end on October the 17th, 2030. Any questions or discussion on these, Mr. Shapiro?
Yeah, just a quick question. I was initially appointed to this board as a liaison when we first were elected, and then the IHA just had an opinion that someone from our council should not be a liaison to their board. I'm just curious if, well, two things. I know that they've tried to be in touch with me through the clerk's office in the past, so I don't know if I'm officially not a liaison and if there needs to be an action for that, but I'm just curious, has that been clarified? Do we, as a council, are we responsible to be a liaison on their board?
I have an opinion on that, but I think that perhaps you and the city attorney and I could have a brief conversation about this matter.
Fine by me.
Thank you. Any, Mr. Keel?
I think well, I just first wanted to, I don't see a resume for Lisa Collins in Legislate. I wanted to ask about that. Okay. And just as a clarification, is Lisa Collins a reappointment?
No, this is a new appointment. It is the one of one applications we received.
Okay. Just to stay legislatively consistent, I'm not going to vote for Lisa Collins because I want to make sure that we are treating everybody equally and asking everybody to submit the required materials.
All right, in that case, I will amend this, if it's friendly to Alderperson Shapiro, I'll move these as individual appointments rather than a batch. So, friendly?
Did I second?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so, all right, without any further questions, for Loretta's reappointment, all those in favor? That carries. Those opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Now for Lisa Collins, any comments or questions?
No, I just agree with Patrick about on Collins.
Sure.
Okay.
All right, all those in favor? And those opposed? And that carries 9-2 with Alderpersons Brown and Keel against. Now we will go to the budget, which I believe does need to be moved at this meeting. So Mr. St. Perez moves. I need someone to second the budget, seconded by Alderperson Kumar. All right, I have a list of amendments. The first amendment I will sponsor as it is from the administration, and I think to clarify one of the public comments earlier. Many of these resolutions amending are substantively similar, so I will read this in its entirety, and you will hear us abbreviate them going forward. Whereas the Common Council is vested with the authority to amend the city budget prior to adoption, and whereas the council seeks to align appropriations with community priorities while maintaining the city manager's responsibility for administration and operations, we move to accept the administration's proposed adjustment plan, which includes various line reductions from DPW, totaling $145,000, various line reductions from IFD, which amounts to $10,000, various line reductions from IPD, which amounts to $20,950, various reductions of phones across citywide departments, which amounts to $10,450, the same for advertising, which amounts to $10,000, the technological reserves from the Department of Information, Communication, and Community Engagement, which amounts to $50,000. We also move proposed fee increases recommended in the executive budget to the tune of $117,789. We move to increase garage rates to $2.25 an hour to the tune of approximately $127,000. The implementing street parking on Saturdays to the estimated revenues of $85,000 and garage parking on Saturdays to the estimated revenues of $110,000. We are lowering our expenditures for unemployment insurance by $5,000 and workers' compensation budgeted contingencies based on actuals by $123,694. Office expenses across various departments to the tune of $20,000. The LDC partnership amounts have been adjusted upon further review by $107,000. We are moving to remove $100,000 from the emergency reserve, not to remove it from the reserve, to not contribute to the emergency reserve fund by a level of $100,000, the emergency repair fund with DPW by $400,000, and We are going to also look at their consideration of assuming a vacancy rate of 5.5%, which would save the city $247,500 and reduce management increases for the next year to 1% for a final total of $76,648. And so now therefore be it resolved, the Common Council hereby amends the 2026 proposed budget as described above. May I have a second to that motion? Moved by, seconded by Alderperson Haynes Sharp. Discussion. This is again the thing we spent last week talking about. This is just the proposed plan. I invite comments. I will remind council that we currently, as of this moment I'm speaking, have an unbalanced budget, and by New York State law, we're required to have one. Mr. St. Perez.
I have a comment and also just a clarifying question.
Please, yeah.
Clarifying question. Do we have a budget meeting after this? Because I recall us tabling the budget to a budget meeting after this meeting.
This is part of that meeting. Yes. Thank you. So this is the scheduled budget vote, which council, unless I am about to be shocked, council is not going to be voting on the budget tonight, just number of amendments. And then we will give the controller a week to reflect any amendments that are made, and council will vote on the final budget next Wednesday at our overflow meeting, which will be like 4 days before it's due. Yeah.
Understood. Thank you for the clarification.
Absolutely.
I want to again express some concern over the Saturday parking anticipated revenues. I'm not confident that it will materialize into what we want it to. And I think it might have unanticipated consequences. This said, given our current financial state, I don't see that we have much of a choice but to authorize it. I just wanted to voice a concern.
Thank you, Alderperson. Any further comments on this? All right. Yeah, Mr. Shapiro.
I don't like much of this budget amendment plan. I was in the finance committee that helped settle on this budget. Sorry. I don't like most of what's in this budget amendment plan. And I say that as someone who is in the finance advisory committee that helped discuss this budget amendment plan. I do plan to vote on it tonight because I think we're in a tough bind with our timing. And I feel, I think that's unfortunate. I think there are lots of ways that we can make other decisions, but those weren't the decisions that were brought before us. And there just simply wasn't enough time to make different decisions. I agree with Pierre. Some of these things are not going to fall into place the way we think they're going to. And some of them, we have not had enough time to gather community input, for instance, Saturday parking. I've heard from a number of constituents about taking away money from the emergency repair fund. I've heard from folks about the management increases. You all have already heard my opinion about that, but I have heard from other folks about that as well. I've heard from folks about most of the lines items on this budget, and I really wish that there was more time to go and make different choices. And I wish that there were different choices that were given to us to consider. But at this point, I don't think that we have those choices in front of us. And I don't think we have the time to really go back and forth and get unanimous or a majority of people to agree with different choices. So in the spirit of trying to do our duty, which is to pass a budget before the 15th of November, I will plan to vote for this, but I do so very begrudgingly.
Ms. Brown?
I'm in agreement with David. I am not happy with this at all. I think there's other ways that we could have done, but most importantly, what is my bother is we have audits that have not been done. We had an error of 2.1 that was in the papers or whatever, and so we aren't really sure what we have in there. And so for me, I see places that I think I could have felt better about, but but like David, I know that if you can clarify for me, if we don't have this budget passed by the 18th, what do New York State do?
I don't know that off the top of my head, but it is, I believe the legal term is very bad.
Okay, but as David said, and it hurts me as a council because a lot of the blame comes on us. Like we're not doing what we need to do and we didn't do what we should do. And I have to say, maybe not me, but the rest of these young people and others on this council and Margaret were really, and David, were really, and Kayla, everybody, they have done an amazing job of really trying to protect city employees and also constituents. I gotta give them kudos for that. This last year has been some health issues with me, and I don't feel I've did my due diligence, but I just want to say, I just want to let this community know that this is this, you too, Duxon, but this council has been amazing, right? Amazing, and they have really put in a lot of works. I tell you about all the emails all day, every day, but and thank you, Rob, for being there for us, right? But I must say, for real, they really work hard. This is to the community, and this is also to the city employees. I'm out.
All right, we'll do a roll call vote on all of these for tracking purposes. We're not going line by line. I just mean for all the amendments. I'm not yet that upset with everyone. Alderperson Matos,
Just for clarification, we're voting on the new.
we are voting to accept or reject the administration's stopgap plan.
Okay, yes.
Alderperson Brown,
Yes.
Alderperson Nguyen,
Aye.
Alderperson Haynes Sharp,
Yes.
Alderperson St. Perez,
Yay.
Alderperson Shapiro,
Yes.
Alderperson Keel,
Yes.
Alderperson Kumar,
Aye.
Alderperson Letterman,
Yes.
Alderperson Fabrizio,
Yes.
and the mayor votes yes. That carries 11-0. Our next amendment is by me. I am moving to eliminate the capital projects general fund, which constitutes the public safety camera upgrades, 3 vehicles for IPD and 1 tractor for the Ithaca Youth Bureau. I am moving to eliminate that entirely, the intent of which is my belief that funding short life cycle recurring purchases through short-term debt is fiscally unsound and inconsistent with the best practices of municipal capital planning. And so I wish to see us incorporate these things in our operating budgets going forward. I so move, seconded by Mr. Keel. Discussion, Mr. Keel?
I just want to say that I couldn't agree with you more, Mayor Cantamo. I think we are dealing with a significant fiscal crisis, obviously this year, but generally in the city. And from my perspective, due to balanced budget requirements, a lot of our challenges right now are coming from the additional interest that we're paying on our short-term debt. And I think in order for us to really, I think there's obviously a place for borrowing. It's a necessary function of city governments. But at the same time, we need to make sure that those things are not recurring borrowing because it just adds up. And we're seeing that now. We've been seeing that for many years. And so I want to thank you for taking that step tonight, and I'm excited to support you on this.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Mr. Letterman and then Mr. St. Perez.
Yes, I'll just second my colleagues' comments. I think I'm glad the mayor's taking action here to address our significant fiscal issues and to stop the sort of practice of issuing a lot of short-term notes, which has gotten us into, I think we have $51 million in short-term notes now, which represents nearly 50% of our operating and capital budget. So I'm glad we are moving in this direction. I wish we could make these expenditures. I hope that they come in the operating budget in future years, but I'm glad we're not issuing more debt.
Mrs. St. Perez?
Could you describe what impact this would have on our bottom line finances outside of the impacts on debt, which I think I understand?
What do you mean by finances? I guess.
I mean, so is this just the elimination of this, is this going to leave us lacking in areas that we would otherwise be spending on? Is this?
So no, so this won't impact the tax rate in any appreciable way. This is borrowing, right? And so, I believe our prevailing interest rate last year on bands was about 4.5%. 4.5% of $588,000, not a significant amount of money. This is more about my personal desire to see us move away from having short-term debt utilized to pay for assets that depreciate quickly or for vehicles.
Understood. Thank you.
Mr. Shapiro.
Thank you. I appreciate the motion and the effort that you're putting in to help us reduce our debt. I'm just curious, the chief is in the audience today. Would we be permitted to invite him up to speak to the 3 police cars that we will not be purchasing if this passes?
Absolutely. Chief, you're welcome up if you'd like to comment. I can also riff on what I talked to Mr. DePay about today when I saw him.
Either or for me.
Just to the microphone, Chief, if you don't mind, just so. He blends in so well. Chief, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Yeah, so specifically on the vehicles with the OTRs, I mean, this was a method at some point that how the vehicles were funded. I know there's been conversation in the past and including them within the budget. I don't fully understand why the way they've been done, but the fact that they're coming out obviously presents challenges. I know the last time vehicles were not funded, I was told was 2013, and we're just now getting caught up. So it's something that, you know, obviously doesn't go away. Officers need to get around a city to calls.
If I may, I would also just say, and I invite, you know, I've spoken to the chief about this privately. You know, I think if as vehicles need urgent replacement, they want to bring a prospective budget amendment before council next year, when we have a better sense of city finances and further completed audits and budget and fund balance, I'd be open to considering paying for them directly. But my personal position on this is, again, I don't want to borrow for this. Alderperson Matos.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I agree and will be voting in favor for this amendment. I've always had my own personal issues with borrowing for police vehicles every year, so thank you for bringing this forward.
Ms. Fabrizio.
I'm just curious, what is the replacement cycle? Like how many miles or how many years, how many vehicles do we have? Just to give us some sense of what we're talking about.
A number of those questions I do not have answers for at this time, but you know, typically most vehicles are running 24/7, 7 days a week. So, you know, within 3 to 4 years, one of the programs that we're using now, Fleetio, actually helps with the management of those vehicles, ensuring that they're updated, they get their tune-ups, they get their maintenance, which extends the life of the vehicles. And then our vehicles, we don't run until they're done. They actually go to auction at a certain point, and that goes back to the general fund.
Do you know approximately how many we have?
Off the top of my head, I'd
Okay, no
be guessing. Yeah. But I do appreciate, you know, the mayor's openness to, you know, approaching this as, you know, we have more information in the coming year, and, you know, identifying vehicles specifically they're at their end life cycle.
Mr. Nguyen.
Well, I think this is an opportunity too for fleet management to really study the things that Margaret is talking about. And we have, and you know, so I'm complicit in this over the past 10 years of being on council of approving these year after year. So this is an opportunity to kind of do an experiment as to see what happens when you go beyond what we've been used to in the replacement cycle as cars have gotten more reliable. So I encourage IPD to collect as much data as it can over the next year.
I see you, Mr. Letterman. I want to just make sure that no one who hasn't spoken yet. Go ahead.
Yes, and I would just say, you know, I'd support making sure that we, you know, maintain the fleet. And you know, I'll be not able to vote on this in a couple of weeks' time. But I think would make sense. I'm sure there's a point maybe next year where we'll realize what's more cost effective going to auction with these or buying new ones. So maybe, it makes sense to have that point and then go there. Although, I wish we could spend the money now. And I would have if we had more room with the tax cap. But I'm glad we're ending the practice of this short-term borrowing.
All right, with that, I'll go to a roll call vote. Alderperson Matos.
Yes.
Alderperson Brown. Alderperson Nguyen.
Yes.
Alderperson Hayes Sharp.
Yes.
Alderperson St. Perez.
Aye.
Alderperson Shapiro.
Yes.
Alderperson Keel. Alderperson Kumar.
Aye.
Alderperson Letterman.
Yes.
Alderperson Fabrizio.
Yes.
And the mayor votes yes. That carries 11-0. Thank you, Chief. My next amendment that I have is a motion from Alderperson St. Perez to provide $15,000 from the general fund to be available to Tompkins County Public Library for the purpose of making Sunday hours available and supporting community-wide efforts of the Tompkins County Public Library. Is that a sufficient summary of your motion? Is that so moved? Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Nguyen. Discussion. Would you like to speak in favor of the motion, please? And then
I'd just like to note that this is part of a collaborative effort to provide Sunday hours that we pitch into. So does the town of Ithaca and Tompkins County. These Sunday hours provide, I believe, commercial stimulus on some Sundays, making, coming down into the city of Ithaca more viable for various folks. Additionally, like the library does an incredible amount of things in our community, provides numerous services. And I see this as a very cost-efficient way to support those services on days when they would not otherwise be available. It's warm in the winters. It provides children's programming. It has a maker space now, which is also available to the public.
it's cool as hell.
Indeed. My point here in being, this is very low cost, very high reward.
Mr. Shapiro?
I'm just curious if you'll allow me to ask a question to Pierre. But where did the number come from? Was there a submission that the town and the city and the county received?
So this joint agreement on how to approach this has been going on for several years. I'm not 100% on this, but my understanding is that the idea originated from the library.
I can also add a little bit of color to that. I know that was funded last year, I believe. I can't call on them to speak from the gallery, but I think Mayor Lewis can nod her head and say that at least for the 2 years of her administration, this was funded. So we're looking at least 5 years. Mr. Keel?
Thank you, Mr. St. Perez, for bringing this forward. I really support the mission of the library, and also I understand its impact that it has on our community. That said, I am very aware of the situation with the budget this year and also our continually increasing property tax burden. And so I'm not going to be supporting this tonight, and I really thank you for bringing it forward. And I hope that in future years, when we have a better understanding of our finances, and hopefully have some more tax growth through development, that we will be able to continue funding initiatives like this.
Ms. Fabrizio?
Well, I'm going to surprise you. I do support this. And I support it this year. What I think is, why isn't the county funding the county library fully and meeting all of its needs? And so I really would like to make an appeal to the city reps who are on the county board to speak up for us, because I'm going to remind everybody once again, we already pay county taxes to the library. It's a small amount of money. It's a huge amount of service that it offers. I think even though we are short on cash, I'm hoping that we have a little bit left, and I think this is a good way to spend it. I think that the residents of our community would want this even in these really bad times. So thank you.
Any further discussion on this item? All right, we'll go to a vote. Alderperson Matos?
Yes.
Alderperson Brown?
Yes.
Alderperson Nguyen? Alderperson Haynes Sharp?
Yes.
Alderperson St. Perez?
Yay.
Alderperson Shapiro?
Yes.
Alderperson Keel,
Nope.
Alderperson Kumar,
Aye.
Alderperson Letterman,
Yes.
Alderperson Fabrizio.
Yes.
And the mayor votes yes. That carries 10-1 with Mr. Keel against. My next amendment is moved by Mr. Nguyen. This is an amendment to implement city, I'm sorry, city manager, sorry.
Is there any way you can indicate where you want the funding to come from?
This is requested from the general fund.
Right, so, no, 15, you just did 15,000, but is that fund balance? Is it tax increase? Is it, like, you didn't say how you were gonna cover the 15,000?
This is not, this is out of the tax rate, presumably the differential.
The
that is
differential,
reflected.
okay, we just need
Absolutely.
to know, so when we're putting it together, we can pull it from the right place.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, sorry. Mr. Nguyen has a motion to create a Stewart Park parking program to implement a city and town resident parking pass at $5 annually with an estimated revenue of $45,000 and $2 per hour for non-resident, that is non-city and non-town of Ithaca resident parking, approximately $292,000 per year. The funding source here being additional fee revenue. Purpose and intent is to reduce city subsidy of car storage, encourage alternative transportation options, and raise funds for the maintenance of Stewart Park. Is that a correct summary of your motion, sir?
It is.
Is that so moved?
Yes.
And is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Keel. Discussion, Mr. Nguyen.
So I use the administration's estimates from the fee study. You know, I'm not attached to these numbers. I do have some, I mean, the note does say that it would be a pilot, a seasonal pilot, and there are factors that the administration would need to study, such as I would have a personal priority, for example, $2 an hour is consistent with what we are proposing for parking throughout the city, but it would be unfortunate if that rate resulted in, I think it cost $8 to park at a state park for the day. So it'd be unfortunate if that added up to more than that, to spend a day at Stewart Park with your family. So there's nuance. Again, that just took these numbers from the estimate given by the fee study. I also don't love doing this. My preference is to keep parks as accessible and free as possible. But my intention was to reinvest this into the park through another OTR that's upcoming, which is to provide some funds to Friends of Stewart Park, and with discussions over some OTRs that Margaret is proposing, potentially backfill funding for something that she is proposing to remove. So to reiterate, that I'm not loving this, but it does kind of fit with our goals for alternative transportation, for not subsidizing car storage, and finding additional revenue sources to meet the needs of the asset, which is in this case Stewart Park, and it needs a lot of love.
Mr. Letterman and then Ms. Fabrizio.
I certainly am glad that we're increasing parking fees downtown and sort of adopting the practice of our peer cities of doing so on Saturday. I think I would normally, in a normal budget cycle, sort of readily sort of reject this and say I want to keep the park free and raise this revenue, especially with the TCAT situation. That being said, I just, while I appreciate the desire to sort of raise the funds, I just think the park is really different from downtown, is that it's not accessible by public transit. It is not really accessible to walk there. And there will just be a certain segment of the community who uses it right now who won't use it if they have to pay for parking. And I think it's such a tremendous resource we invest in, and I want to make sure we keep it as low access as possible. So I will not be voting for this amendment.
My next speaker is Ms. Fabrizio.
Yeah, thank you, Duxon, for thinking about funding, like a sustainable funding stream for the park. You know, this is something that's very dear to me. I'm a mega supporter of Stewart Park, and I think it has huge potential that's untapped. I cannot support this, though, because I think that we need, I see this and I've said it a million times. It is a regional resource. It's like one of our most treasured regional resources, and I think it needs regional funding. So when I've been talking about that, I haven't been thinking that we were then going to add another fee to Ithaca users for the park. I'm thinking ultimately that maybe there would be some kind of compensation from users who are outside of the city. I'm hoping ultimately for some county funds to be directed in this way. So those are the kinds of things I'm thinking about for Stewart Park. I also, again, do appreciate your effort. I think that this would be such a big change for our community that for us to implement this as an amendment in the budget process would really shortcut, I think, what needs to be a much broader community conversation so that we could gather input from people. I think this would go over very poorly. And I do want to figure out how we come up with better streams for Stewart Park, because I don't think that only city taxpayers basically are funding Stewart Park right now, and I don't think that's the correct sustainable model for it. But I think this needs more study and discussion, community input, and conversations with broader partners, other municipalities in the county. So I will not be able to support it.
The next speaker is Ms. Haynes Sharp.
Thank you, Duxon, for thinking about how to raise revenue and ultimately to support Stewart Park. I don't support this. I think ultimately, I agree with Margaret and with Clyde. I think parks are public good. And I think, given it's hard to get there by the bus. I mean, at least there is a bus stop there and you can, but it's not easy. And there are a lot of people who use that for camps in the summer. There's a rowing club there. I don't need to go, but also I have concerns about the cost in both the infrastructure needed for parking, how that would take away from these projected revenue amounts, and also, what are the impacts of all these violations? How are we going to monitor all of that? So basically, I think it just raises a lot of equity issues for me. And I love Stewart Park. I just don't think people should have to pay to park there. Thank you.
Mr. Keel, Ms. Kumar, and then Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I am going to support this amendment tonight. Duxon, thank you for bringing it forward. I think I have a couple thoughts. The first is that just because there's the possibility that Stewart Park will have paid parking doesn't mean that other areas which are accessible to Stewart Park via the trail system, like for example, the farmer's market parking lot, will have paid parking. And so I think that in this situation, you're kind of creating a hierarchy of needs and saying if you want to go to Stewart Park and you're outside of this community, you just have slightly less access to it if you don't want to pay for it. I think we're seeing increasing costs with Stewart Park. We have multiple budget amendments this year for a new staff member. There are increasing costs associated with the additional infrastructure that was put in last year. And I want to make sure that we're able to keep Stewart Park in good condition for people to use. And I think that at some point comes with trade-offs, especially for people in surrounding communities who are not paying for Stewart Park currently through their taxes. One concern I do have with this proposal is the ability for city residents to access these permits and these passes. From my experience and through talking with my constituents, it's incredibly difficult to access many of the things that the city of Ithaca says it offers. And so if we move forward with this, which I hope we will, I'm hoping that as the administration thinks about implementing it, they make sure that it is super easy for city residents to access those services and that permit.
I mean, in my mind, I think that could be as easy as like a website, as through the city's website, where you just type in your name and your address, and go through a form which gets sent to your email immediately or something. I just think it would be a huge hassle if you had to go through a protracted process for getting one of these permits, and then no one would ever do it, and then we've just completely destroyed the point of doing this in the first place. So I will be supporting this tonight. I think it's important that we're thinking about these things and that we're also able to fund additional services which would help improve the park.
Ms. Kumar.
Yeah, I've definitely gone back and forth on this particular amendment. I am a very vocal proponent that we should be increasing parking fees across the city. But also, and I actually think, going off a little bit about what my previous colleague who just spoke said, I mean, first of all, I just think that it should maybe be a longer process. I understand that we're facing, a tight budget, and I understand the urge to pass it now, but both because of like the amount that it would be needed to be like publicized to the community, as well as, some of the things that my colleagues have said in terms of, post-pandemic, we all probably put a much higher value on public outdoor space. And it really is, I think, a great service to this community. It is further out, and harder to access without a car. And I also think that, like, in comparison to raising parking prices downtown or the parking garages, which frankly I think we should go even further with than we already are, it's not only adding a new fee, but it's it's not really as supported by precedent. A lot of areas in this, a lot of cities in this area already charge higher for parking in their garages. They already charge for Saturdays. Adding on to that just feels like less of an impact to the community than this one. And I just think that although I would support something like this, in the future, if I had the opportunity to vote on it, I just think that it should be a longer process to make sure that it's targeted and that we're getting the most out of it with the least impact to the community.
Ms. Brown.
Hi, I will be voting for this because I feel if we're talking about charging more for a weekend, the garage and different things, then how fair is that to not we have somewhere in which we can get more money. Friends of Stewart Park is always asking for my money, and this might be a way to help lessen their ask. So I'll be voting for this. And I'm someone who, I mean, Stewart Park was something that really excited me when I moved here 30-something years ago, and the work that they've done on it has made it even greater. But I do feel like going out to Myers, out in Lansing, and different things like that, I don't mind paying the extra money because it's worth it.
Alderperson St. Perez.
I've been struggling with this one. My first memory is looking out over Stewart Park. And I've just been thinking about all of the times through my life that had there been a payment requirement to park at Stewart Park, I probably wouldn't have ended up there. And it ends up to a lot of times over my lifetime in Ithaca. And I can't support it. I understand that we have financial need, but I think it hits accessibility, especially for our young people, to a degree that is difficult to justify.
I have myself next, and then Alderperson Fabrizio. Mine is just a very brief comment. You're on the list as well. Oh, okay. Lost my train of thought there. Sorry. I'm notionally supportive of not providing free parking and free car storage for the reasons that my colleagues have also said, though, about access and the walkability into the region in general. I'm a little bit reluctant. Mr. Klein is in the audience, and I think maybe as a transportation scholar, it might be good for council, a future council, to invite transportation experts to come and weigh in on a policy change like this more substantively. I'd be happy to support something that was developed a little bit further in the future, but I don't think I can bring myself to do so tonight. Ms. Fabrizio and then Mr. Shapiro.
Yeah, I would echo that. I would be happy to consider something that doesn't put an extra fee on city residents who are already paying extraordinarily high taxes, right? And who are already supporting the park maximally. I don't think that we could, I'm actually like really surprised that this has any traction at all, because it seems like this would be a very big shift for people in this community, and to not have any community input on this, it troubles me. I feel I would be really uncomfortable with that. And then I also just want to echo some of what Chris said. We don't have the infrastructure in place to do this in our garages or in Stewart Park. And I think ultimately we need some kind of study to really modernize what we have so that we could collect fees automatically. We need like an easy pass, and we need something. I mean, Duxon, did you say $45,000 was your projection?
That was just for the $15
The-
per year residential
Right,
permits. And there was also
$15 per year residential permit plus,
the 292,000 on
Right.
top of that.
right. So then you have to subtract from that staffing to be able to collect that kind of thing. And I just think this would need way more development, and I would hate to see us like rush into this. And also, I mean, to put another $15 fee on people in the city, I know it doesn't sound like a huge amount of money, but people feel like burdened. I mean, it's really, really expensive to live here, and the cost of living is not going down. And if we learned anything from yesterday's elections, we should be thinking, what were the issues? Affordability and cost of living. So I support finding, again, like a permanent sort of funding stream for Stewart Park that's outside of city residents.
Mr. Shapiro.
Do you want to go first? It was your bill or your resolution. Thanks for bringing this forward. I didn't think I was going to feel like I support it, but the more we talk about it, the more I'm feeling like I'm going to vote in support of this. I do think that, we've heard from a couple of people on the council right now that love the park. And we've certainly, over the last 2 budget years, heard from over 100 people who have just emailed us, telling us how much they love the park and how much they're in need of more funds. And I appreciate that you put forward an idea that can help them have a sustainable source of funds. It's not an easy pill to swallow, but for me, it's not an easy pill to swallow having to park on Saturdays. And I don't care about paying for parking. I just worry that we're doing these things, to Margaret's point, without really gathering a lot of community input. And I'd feel more comfortable with all of our parking plans right now if we were starting them in June and taking some time to talk to the community a little bit more. I don't plan on offering a friendly or not friendly amendment to this. I think I will support it because I do think Stewart Park needs sustainable funding, and everyone talks about the treasure that it is. And I think we need to figure out ways to continue to invest in that treasure. So thank you, Duxon.
Thank you for all that feedback. I hear you all because I was on the fence myself, and I think it was. I also, in particular, hear the need for a more nuanced approach to doing it. So I followed the amendment process, which is like an up or down thing. I didn't really change the resolution very much. If we were to actually do this, for what it's worth, kind of going off the word pilot that was in the recommendation, I would encourage the administration to come up with a plan. To Patrick's point, I would like to see really easy sign up. So we already use, the way the park enforcement is done now is with license plate readers. And so in my ideal universe, going off Patrick's suggestion, go on a website, you put you register your car, and either you're charged a nominal fee or nothing. I mean, I'd be okay with residents paying nothing as well. And then either use Park Mobile or at most the cost of putting in one kiosk in the park. That said, again, I'm very empathetic to the arguments made against it. I'm going to continue to vote for this with the mind that we wouldn't do exactly what's on the spreadsheet, without any detail, like that we would figure that out in a council-driven process over the next year. I point out too that it's not that unusual. Myers Park in Lansing does charge for parking. They don't charge their residents, and it's a $7 flat fee. And again, so we can adjust this however we feel is appropriate. But I just want to thank my colleagues for their thoughts.
All right, we'll go to,
Point of clarification. So is this proposing that city residents would pay, in addition to a $15 registration fee, would also pay for parking or not pay for parking?
No, they would not pay for parking, and I'm open to eliminating the $15 altogether. I included it because it was part of the recommendation, but
So then are you really looking at a program that would charge parking $2 an hour for non-city residents?
That's right. But to reiterate a point I made before, I would hate for it to exceed the cost of like our state parks. And so I agree with all of you who have said this does require, some nuance and study.
I'm going to just interject and say, respectfully, again, think it's a really good idea to move in this direction. I think it's just clear that there's a number of questions that we are not going to be able to answer before the budget gets enacted next week. And so you're welcome to continue asking, but I just don't think that we're going to have the answers because.
Is there a way that I can pull it off the floor?
Well, we could just go to a vote. Alderperson Matos.
Yes.
Alderperson Brown.
Yes. Oh, my mic.
Alder-
Yes.
Alderperson Nguyen.
Aye.
Alderperson Haynes Sharp.
No.
Alderperson St. Perez.
Nay.
Alderperson Shapiro.
Yes.
Alderperson Keel.
Yes.
Alderperson Kumar.
Nay.
Alderperson Letterman.
No.
Alderperson Fabrizio. The rare 5-5, everybody. And the mayor votes no.
Took the suspense out.
Just read the list of names of who voted how so I can put it in the sheet.
I thought you were doing that because I stopped doing that.
Oh.
The ayes were Alderpersons Matos, Brown, Nguyen, Shapiro, and Keel.
Okay.
Moving on, Mr. Nguyen, you have a motion to increase the appropriation out of the general fund, out of the tax levy and or differential to improve the maintenance and sustainability of Stewart Park infrastructure at the tune of $50,000. Is that a correct summary of your motion?
Specifically to Friends of Stewart Park, yes.
Yes. And is that so moved?
Yes.
Is there a second? Seconded by Alderperson Matos. Brief.
The Friends of Stewart Park and their supporters have already made their case pretty well. They are incredibly good at bringing in millions of dollars. They have a very ambitious plan for a museum and cafe that will bring in even more visitors and revenue. And so I feel like it's really the least we can do is to give this little pittance in a very similar way that the Community Housing Development Fund works, where the amounts that we grant can't build even a single unit of housing. But what it does is it signals to grant funders that there is local municipal support. And so I support this.
I'm going to not so subtly remind council that we have 11 additional amendments after this one before discussion begins. Alderperson Fabrizio, you're recognized.
Yeah. I am very appreciative of Friends of Stewart Park, and I recognize the great contributions that they've made to the park over many years. Unfortunately, many of their projects, they don't come with an endowment. So actually, there's very significant cost for the city to take care of the splash pad and take care of the new bathrooms. And then there's all of the other expenses of taking care of the park. And I think it's really important for everybody to recognize how much the city does support Stewart Park. There is also that it didn't go through as an over target request. It went through with the city managers. The city manager put it in her budget for a person. There was a vacant position in DPW. It's been vacant for a year and a half. That was captured and brought over to Stewart Park. to be working supervisor for Stewart Park. So we have made significant contribution. That was a whole salary, full-time salary. We have made that additional contribution to Stewart Park for this year. This is a really tight budget year, and I think that once again, this really speaks to the fact that we need funding beyond the city for a regional park. And I think that that's where the Friends of Stewart Park need to be raising funds from the county and other places. So once again, yes, I appreciate everything, but all that stuff comes with an ongoing price tag that the city is required to come up with, and it's a lot of money. And I think that we're doing a really good contribution. We're doing, I think, as much as we can right now.
Please.
I'm a little amazed because we just voted against some monies that could have been put into helping Stewart Park, right? That's just so amazing. And now we're asking for money to help Friends of Stewart Park, right? And I am confident in their fundraising skills. I don't doubt for a minute that they can get that $50,000 quick, right? And we are talking about a budget that we're not even confident about. So I will vote against this.
Mr. Shapiro?
Yeah, just maybe a quick point of clarification. The funding source is no longer via Stewart Park parking revenue. So where do we anticipate the funding coming from?
Tax rate and general fund is what I summarized it as.
Oh, I'm sorry if I missed that.
That's okay.
Okay. You know, other folks that could have been on the council maybe can correct me if I'm wrong, but my feeling about this 50,000 and the 50,000 before this from last year was that a prior council committed to this money as part of a project to no, this isn't part of a prior commitment. I thought it was. I thought I heard that explained during public comments last year, and that maybe I'm misremembering.
This was a part of a splash pad project that the city was aware of. The city never committed to or authorized this overrun.
I'm okay for right now. Thank you.
Mr. Keel?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I told myself I would vote for this if we voted for the parking increases, because I think it's important we're deciding where our revenues are going to come from before we commit to more revenues or more expenditures. And so I will not be voting for this tonight.
Go to a vote. Alderperson Matos.
No.
Alderperson Brown.
No.
Alderperson Nguyen.
Yes.
Alderperson Haynes Sharp. Alderperson St. Perez.
Nay.
Alderperson Shapiro.
No.
Alderperson Keel.
No.
Alderperson Kumar.
Nay.
Alderperson Letterman.
No.
Alderperson Fabrizio.
No.
The mayor votes yes. That fails 2-9 with Alderperson Nguyen and the mayor in favor. Next, Alderperson Matos, you have and I would urge council to look at the email that went out from the Alderperson about this, because there is a number of budget line tweaks, but functionally, Alderperson, you are out of a desire to protect aging infrastructure and continue an existing level of maintenance of effort, you are proposing to modify several budget lines within DPW that balances to a net increase after line item changes of $8,000 to the department's budget.
That sounds right. So yes. Yes.
I hope it's exactly right. Yeah.
Adding, yes, after the changes are made, it looks like, yes, about an $8,000 increase I would like to add $8,000 to the DPW department.
Is there a second first? Is there a second? Second by Alderperson Brown, point of privilege.
Which email? There's a number of emails related to
The email that I sent on.
Oh, it's from you, not Kayla.
Correct. When I sent out the draft amendments on Sunday, Who knows? I'm constantly doing stuff. Friday I sent it? Who knows? Saturday afternoon. One of the days that has happened since I've been working on your amendment lists. There,
It's okay.
okay. There is, I'm gonna just for edification. So there is a proposed, I'm just gonna read this in its entirety because it's confusing. Yeah. So I don't know because the way it's formatted in the amendment is
I can,
but
I can.
I got it. I got it.
You got it?
Budget line, refer to your budget books, but it's a proposed.
Realistically, if you refer
Alderperson,
to the
Alderperson.
screenshot that,
Yes, I have that up,
that
but
Deb sent, it has the names.
I don't have that up right now. Alderperson Matos has changed line A 1620-5475 from $25,000 to $30,000. Line A 5010-5475 from $7,000 to $12,000. Line A 5010-5483 from $6,200, excuse me, to $11,200. Line A 5111-5220 from $15,000 to $15,000, no change. I'm going to skip the next one because there's no change to that either. Line A 5111-5484 from 140,000 less 15,000 to 125,000. Line A 3311-5435, 140,000 add 10,000 to 150,000. Line A4, I'm sorry. Line A5411-5435, 117,000 less 17,000 to 100,000. Line A7111-5435, 10,000 increase by 10,000 to 20,000. Line A5651-5476, 25,000, 25,000, no change. Line A5651-5225, $0, proposed increase by 5,000 to 5,000. I do not know off the top of my head what that is in cross-reference to, so I'm going to recognize the alderperson.
Okay, so yeah, so the first couple lines are adding $5,000 to a few property maintenance lines. I want to say, like park and forestry is one, and I forgot the other one. Then there's construction supplies and equipment that are going toward, that would be like the $5,000 increases as well, that are for the roads lines. The two decreases that I was looking at would be road salt and cinders. Over the last 3 years, looks like haven't spent over 100,000, so I just brought that down to 100,000. And then the second line that I decreased by 17,000 was for contracts for the commons. And then the last line that I increased from 0 to 5,000 is just for other equipment and just making sure that, DPW has some padding just in case there is equipment that they're not expecting that they need to purchase within the next upcoming year. What I really tried to do was look at the reductions that the administration recommended, and I think more fairly distribute based on my opinion on priority maintenance of infrastructures like roads, things like that. So yeah.
I'll recognize myself first, then Alderperson Fabrizio. I sort of generally support the notion of us providing DPW with the resources that they need. For my part, for the amount of money that this net increases, also recognizing that we authorize red lines of accounts, justifications when individual line items run over. I am perhaps embarrassed to admit, but frankly, slightly too confused to support this amendment in its form. I would certainly, as I said to the chief, if the DPW superintendent, if they want to come forward and say they need additional funding next year, I'm happy to do a mid-year budget amendment. But I happen to know, like, one of these lines, for example, around the equipment, like, we know that the city managers at the Commons crew recently just purchased a vehicle that they no longer need to now purchase because they, so for my part, I like 100% support the intent of this. I'd rather deal with changes of this magnitude as they arise for council's consideration. Alderperson Fabrizio.
Yeah, I would also say that, I question like pretty much everything, right? But I totally, I trust the city manager has worked this out with the department heads, that we asked them to make some cuts, right? And they know the ins and outs, the nitty gritty of the departments. I don't feel that we know that, as we don't know how much buffer they need for this or that. I'm totally fine with relying on them to do that. I also just want to remind people once again that the DPW budget is $19.4 million. So I just don't think that we need to do this. I think I'm fine to go with what the city manager and the department head has come up with.
Mr. Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Kayla, I'm going to support this tonight. I think it's important that we're signaling the community that we're thinking about these things. I trust the city manager's numbers on this stuff, but also as far as any departments go, I think DPW is one that needs to be well funded, and I appreciate the intent behind this, and I will stand behind you on it.
Any additional speakers? I do have the Alderperson St. Perez.
Just for clarity, given that we do allow departments to do the red line funding stuff, is there any meaningful functional difference between this and just funding DPW for an extra $8,000?
From a financial perspective, the answer is solidly yes. But for a more elaborate interrogation of accounting practices and what authorizations the controller needs to balance those lines, I would defer to her. And I'm not going to put her on the spot. I'm just going to defer to her. Is there anything you'd like to add? Not at this time.
Understood.
Alderperson Matos, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you. Though I do understand there is like a whole red line transfer process or whatever, I think we should be proactive about that and, try to be forward thinking in the lines and how, our budget lines and our expenses for the year. Though I do appreciate the wiggle room it does give us. Also, I would like to say that my original thought process behind this was funding the full $145,000 to DPW with the intent of defunding 2 vacant IPD positions. So after speaking to the mayor, this was sort of my middle ground. So yeah.
Alderperson Brown, please.
Hello, I support this for one, because I've watched you work closely with DPW, so I don't question your ask, because I've watched and I know that you're doing this because you feel this is important. However, I agree with you, but I think no one will be willing to say, let's get rid of 2 IPD positions, because that's not the way people see it as clearly. But I see DPW as making sure our city is safe. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Mr. St. Perez.
Given that this is a deviation from what the administration asked for, how much extra accounting if these numbers are off, are we inflicting upon our financier team?
Again, I won't put Wendy on the spot, but I will just say, I wouldn't think, I would imagine that the probability of needing to make red line edits at a sort of interval of time doesn't change meaningfully based on what some of these individual lines are. We're talking about, again, net a positive $8,000.
Understood. Thank you.
And okay, Alderperson Matos.
Yes.
Alderperson Brown. Alderperson Nguyen.
Yes.
Alderperson Haynes Sharp.
No.
Alderperson St. Perez.
No.
Alderperson Shapiro.
No.
Alderperson Keel.
Yes.
Alderperson Kumar.
Yes.
Alderperson Letterman.
No.
Alderperson Fabrizio.
No.
Twice in a row. And the mayor votes It's a net $8,000. No meaningful accounting impact. I'll vote yes. It carries.
Thank you.
No,
Crud.
Was that, I don't even know if that was positive or negative, like
It's positive 8,000.
positive meaning what?
In addition. Yes, and
Are you adding $8,000 to the budget or taking $8,000 away?
it is a net
Additional.
add. Can you
Oh, you're
please
adding
send
8,000.
your amendment text to the administration and the deputy clerk?
The administration didn't get any of these amendments at all. So it would be helpful if maybe we could see them so we could be as helpful as possible as you're going through this process.
This is
I
one
don't-
of the two that was new from, the first iteration of amendments. Mr. Letterman.
I would make a request. Would it be possible to move the TCAT vote up a bit earlier because we have folks who are waiting to present and answer our questions about that? And at the rate we're moving, I think we could keep them here quite a while.
I am going to, given that the remaining amendments are all from one sponsor, with the exception of TCAT, I will turn to that sponsor and see if she is willing to wait until after TCAT. There are 8 of them.
I mean, I would, I just don't know that. I think that might be significant to do this other funding first.
Margaret, Matt lives an hour away. Gonna have to sit and wait here. Just let him-
Excuse me. Alderperson, you made a request. Request's been denied. Thank you very much. Our next amendment is from Alderperson Fabrizio. It is a proposal to decrease the administration's proposed increase of trash tags from $5 to $6. So the Alderperson is proposing to reduce it back to $5. This is projected to add $125,000 to the deficit. Is that a correct summary of your motion?
That is correct.
Is it moved?
It is moved.
Is there a second? Seeing no. Oh, okay. You don't have to. Believe it or not, no. We don't have to talk for 25 minutes about something you're not going to vote for. But no, it's been seconded by Alderperson Brown. All right. Very brief summary, Alderperson Fabrizio.
This is to decrease to take away the projected increase from raising the fee of our trash tags from $5 to $6. So basically, getting rid of garbage is not optional, like going to the golf course might be optional. It is pretty heavily subsidized by it is paid for, I should say, by the actual fees that we already collect at $5 per tag. If you are a family and you are not able to do food composting, or you are not able to do as much recycling as other people might do, maybe you use more packaged products, you might actually have 2 bags of garbage or so a week that you need to get rid of. I am a mega food composter and recycler, but I recognize that not everybody is able to do that. And I do see this fee, which might sound small, as potentially adding another $500 a year onto what a household needs to pay to live in the city. And again, I would just remind people that all of the election everywhere in the country has been about affordability and lowering the cost of living. And when you're looking at, your healthcare insurance premium that just went up $250 a month, your NYSEG gouging, and everything else that's just so super expensive right now, and you pay the kinds of taxes that we pay, which are pretty extraordinary. I just don't see how we could justify doing this. The amount of money that we're subsidizing the golf course is, I believe, like more than this would be. So I really think we need to keep this as it is. I do support having some kind of fee. I initially thought maybe we wouldn't.
Alderperson, may I?
Yeah.
A bunch of Very helpful. We have a lot of questions on this. Alderperson Keel.
As my colleagues know, and some of the members of the public may know, my new motto for the year and for 2026 is that we have to stand on business. And this is a perfect example of that. You know, we are facing a budget shortfall of $2.1 million. The administration has pulled it together to figure out how we're going to fill that hole and stand to the tax cap. This is one of the things they decided to do. I think it's a solid move. I've told Margaret on the phone this at least 6 times. And I'm going to be voting against this.
Mr. Letterman.
I'm my motto for 2026 is going to be more courtesy. I'm going to move to suspend the rules and go to immediate consideration of the TCAP budget amendment and then resume to Alderperson Fabrizio's amendment.
And that's seconded by Mr. Keel. All those in favor of suspending the rules?
I don't even know what this means.
They-
We suspend the rules and he gets to talk?
No,
No,
just
then
that
they're
we
gonna-
go do TCAT first because Rosenblum's waiting here.
Do you want to have like 5 more unnecessary votes?
I'll vote with what everyone
All right.
wants. It just doesn't make sense to me how that.
Those in favor?
allows him to come forward.
Those opposed?
Can I explain what this would be?
Your motion failed.
Well, I didn't explain. Everyone's confused. All right, I move that we suspend the rules to have the TCAT budget vote considered before all the other pending amendments, so that Matthew here from TCAT can answer our questions and not have to wait until we deliberate on everything else. Did we just move it up in the agenda?
Those in favor? Real hands in the sky. Thank you. Those opposed? That carries 8-3 with the mayor, Alderperson Brown, and Alderperson Fabrizio against. Alderperson, I agree with you, but you're out of order. Matt and Laura, you're welcome up to the table. Alderperson Letterman. Keel seconded it. What do you move?
I'm gonna move, I guess I should ask, or Alderperson Nguyen, do you want to move this? You're on the board, okay. I'm going to move, and I think we're gonna do some sort of amendment thing here, an increase to TCAT's, I'm gonna move to encumber $300,000 to accommodate a potential increase in the city's annual contribution to TCAT,
What's your source?
encumbering fund balance.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Nguyen. Questions for anyone on TCAT? Mr. Keel.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for staying to this hour. My first question is related to the impact of us funding it at 300,000 versus 500,000. I would like to know what routes will be cut, if routes will be cut because of this, and I would also like to know the impact that not funding this at all would have, both for my continued edification as well as for that of the public.
So not funding at all would be disastrous and would have significant cuts system-wide, reduction in hours, possibly even reduction of days of the week that TCAT operates. That would be pretty cataclysmic. Now, the ask is as strong, it's like a 3-legged stool, you know, the ask is as strong as the weakest link. So, you know, Cornell's proposing a much lower number right now at $31,000. So I think that in the grand scheme of things, $300,000, we could find ways to push off the worst cuts, at least through 2026. And that we still have a big problem in 2028. But I think we could really avoid some of the catastrophic cuts with a $300,000 number. And I'm hopeful that, you know, with strong support from the city, Cornell will come to their senses.
Just quick interjection. I'm going to just clarify, since the alderperson made a motion that isn't how we do things. I assume what you meant was that you wanted to move this out of the fund balance into restricted contingency in the fund balance.
You just stole it off the top of my head there.
And I'm assuming that that's the same motion that Alderperson Nguyen meant to second? Okay, I'm glad my understanding was correct. Mr. Keel, you're still recognized.
My second question is, and this has come up a lot with constituents of mine, as I've been talking to them about the increases that TCAT needs, is TCAT has some crazy amount of money in their fund balance, like 51% of the total budget that TCAT operates under. I'm under the impression that there is good reason for that, and I would really love for you, for the public right now, to.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's actually not a crazy number when you break it down. So we need to maintain around 6 months of operating funds for situations such as the federal government shuts down and we do not get federal payments. You know, that never happens. So the other thing is that we get paid on a reimbursement basis for our capital projects. The cost of vehicles has gotten very expensive. Those electric buses are over $1 million per vehicle. We had 6 of them. So our fund balance right now is around $8 million in cash. So waiting to get reimbursed, which can take some time because it has to go through the federal government and then through the county government. That on a 6-bus order, that's $6 million. So you need that fund balance to carry out critical capital projects. And we are planning to deplete the fund balance even if we were successful with the full ask. We are not trying to grow that fund balance. It will become depleted, and that will become a problem for capital projects in future years. We are using that to keep this ask small as possible. I think that the other issue is, you know, the fund balance doesn't come back. You know, we're not going to get a grant to rebuild our fund balance. That was through ARPA and CRISA. And, you know, the problem is if we burn through that fund balance very quickly, then we're left in a very catastrophic fiscal situation.
And thank you for the questions. If I could just add that there are also unanticipated expenses that TCAT faces. I mentioned earlier the aging facility. There is also, at the moment, there are 10 of the older TCAT buses that need new engines in order to extend their life, their service. And there are things that come up that cannot necessarily be anticipated, and that is why it is critical to maintain a reasonable fund balance.
I'm just going to recognize myself quickly, and then I have a number of folks on the list. As the general manager just stated, Cornell's offer was approximately $31,000. The city will encumber up to, as per all the persons in the restricted contingency, $300,000. No amount of money we outlay can exceed what, as they have said, the lowest underwriter is willing to do. I personally view this as a show of good faith and support for TCAT, but I find it extremely unlikely that that full amount will be drawn down. Mr. Shapiro, you're next.
Cornell should be embarrassed by themselves, but I do have a question. I'm assuming, or maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, I shouldn't assume, but your ask this year of 500,000 or whatever we consider, is this the same ask that we'll get next year and in subsequent years?
Actually, the ask would be larger if this becomes unsuccessful because the budget gap continues to grow.
But this is like a minimum, like you need $500,000 from all 3 folks, and then next year you'll need something like that or more.
If we were successful with the $500,000 ask, that would likely become, you know, the new baseline, and the future asks would then be smaller and much more predictable. If we're unsuccessful with the ask, the future asks get larger and less predictable, and there always is that risk of the deficit or losses being split 3 ways. And by some budget projections, by 2028, those losses are in multi-millions.
Last question. I've lived in a co-op before, so I'm a little familiar with the term assessment, but I've never heard it used in the way you've used it before, earlier in your comments. If you're in a deficit, you would, I mean, if I didn't pay my assessment in a condo, I might be evicted or kicked out. Can you explain what you meant when you used the word assessment?
So essentially, under the transportation agreement, which the city's obviously a signatory of, you know, when we run a deficit, or what in the term in the transportation agreement is a loss, TCAT can't hold debt. So at the end of every year, that loss gets split 3 ways equally among each underwriter. And what we're trying to do is avoid a situation where that loss is split 3 ways because it threatens the very existence of the cooperative structure that TCAT's on. Then you know, partners look at, is it even worth remaining in this structure? So there's a lot of things that we can do with this ask that will help avoid that. And we essentially have to grow our way out. We cannot cut our way out. That's the death spiral. We have to gain more riders. We have to gain more STOA revenue. And we have a small window here to correct the trajectory with maintaining service levels and maintaining the fiscal health of TCAT. But it's a very, narrow window. And if we're unsuccessful, it leads to this kind of death spiral of cuts and future loss of revenues.
Okay, so just to be extra clear, but I think I heard you right. The assessment that comes when there are losses is contractual language that all the parties have signed into.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Ms. Matos, you're next.
Yeah, I was just wondering if we can like request for the city attorney to like brief us on like what would it mean if like TCAP, if they like came to a deficit, and like what our responsibilities are as a city, if essentially TCAP was no longer to exist.
We can request that. I'm going to suspect that the city attorney will say it depends, and then he'll give us a briefing maybe later.
Yeah, I don't have that information at my fingertips, but I'd be happy if that's what council wants. I'd be happy to look into it.
Yeah,
It depends.
awesome. Thank you.
Ms. Fabrizio, you're next.
Wow, it sounds like we're already in the death spiral. I really think that I think we have an unsustainable system right now, unfortunately. And I think that the ask amounts to putting a Band-Aid on a very large wound. And I'm very worried about being asked next year for more millions of dollars. And I also just want to remind people again that city taxpayers are paying already for TCAT twice, as county taxpayers and as city taxpayers. I think that if TCAT is going to say this would be disastrous, then please give us the numbers. Let's figure out like what is a more sustainable system. I actually think that what we need to do is the $100,000 that Cornell has as part of the, like in addition to the MOU, that is for study about things of mutual interest. I think it would be great to try to get, we haven't used any of that money yet, so there probably is like 3 years of that worth, right? To get some experts to work with you. I know you have a huge expertise in this as well, and figure out how do we make a more sustainable system, because honestly, I don't think what we do with like these really big buses in small cities, using a lot of fuel, I just don't think that we are I don't think we're in as green as we should be, and we're not in the future about transportation. I think this is really totally an unsustainable system, and I think this is only going to get worse and worse and worse. And I don't see how we can ask people to fund this, and in a couple years come up with millions and millions of more dollars to do what is really looks to me like a failing system. So the cuts would have to be, should be made very carefully. But I think I asked for ridership numbers and those kinds of things on lines. I mean, I think it's easy to say it would be disastrous, but I think we have to deal with the financial reality of what we have here, and that it's an unworkable system right now. So I'm not willing to support this.
Can I provide council with a little bit more information? Because I took something for granted. Once I correctly understood the motion that the alderperson was moving and seconding, it occurred to me that when something is put into restricted contingency, that requires that council then vote to release those funds before they can be spent. And I think that looking at the time and knowing that how we feel in general, I think that maybe we should talk about what level of TCAT funding we are willing to put forward as a ceiling, as the next council will need to vote to release these funds once we get Cornell to move up from their abysmally low, embarrassing, unhelpful, austerity-minded, insulting, parasitic offer of $31,000. But that's just my take. Mr. Letterman, you're next, and then Mr. Keel, and then Mr. St. Perez.
Well, I'll make a motion at the end of this, although with fewer adjectives attached. What I will say, just a couple of things that TCAT's general manager and board chair won't brag about, but I think that they should. One, we all talk about sort of trimming around here. They've reduced, if I understand correctly, the number of administrative staff there and have built a very strong staff. At the same time, they've had a new labor contract with the 2300 unit that allows them to be fully staffed in terms of mechanics and drivers. That is highly unusual for our peer transportation agencies in the southern tier, and means that I think in September, TCAT ran, was it 20,000 trips with only 100 of them being canceled?
We ran, yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
All right, I won't get down to the final digit there. Just some other suggestions. I think, right, TCAT's on track to break 3 million riders for the first time since the pandemic. We have a lot of, and I'm sure Duxon can answer all this too, but there's a lot of transit demand here. People want to take the bus. It's a great option. I use the bus pretty much every day. People rely on it. It's a huge lifeblood of our economy downtown. It's critical to making sure people can get to work. It's also something that the city has committed to as a long-term investment more than 3 decades ago now. And I'd also say that there are no other good options. The only reason this works is because more than 60% of TCAT's money comes from money that's normally intended for counties. And so this is kind of this is the model that works. And TCAT's run an exceptionally slim operation. They move 3 million people a year for about $20 million. That's like the best return on investment I can imagine we have. We got 6 new all-electric buses on the road now. New fare payment systems, tap to pay is active now on all routes. So you can pay with your phone or tapping a credit card, which is easing a barrier to access. It's a great system. I think we should invest in it. Also note this number hasn't gone up since 2019. And I don't know about all of you, but I think things aren't the same price as they were in 2019. And the alternative, I would also say before I make a motion, and then I'll shut up here, is more expensive. It's a world where we have declining ridership, so we have lower revenue from the state, we have lower revenue at the fare box, and it means we're looking at absorbing more unexpected losses, which I think nobody wants. And so I think the best path forward is to be proactive and put the money in for this. And in accordance with that, I'm going to move that we would set $500,000 to the into restricted contingency from the fund balance into restricted contingency.
So you're amending your own motion,
I'm moving to amend my own motion.
and that's seconded by Mr. St. Perez. Okay, so let me again just clarify something for the deputy clerk's sake. I think, never mind. I was gonna say, I think you're suggesting that you're suggesting you're requesting for unanimous consent to withdraw the first and then put forward a second, but I suspect you won't get unanimous consent, so I won't ask that. So, okay, the motion on the table is to amend the main motion by a level of 500,000 instead of 300. Next on the list is Mr. Keel.
I just wanted to, well, that actually was going to make that same motion. So, but I also just want to clarify that the first amendment was from the differential and this is from.
No, they were both.
They're
from the
both
fund
from
balance.
balance. Okay, good. Thank you.
Mr. St. Perez,
I was going to make the same amendment.
Ms. Brown.
First, I need to understand, you're asking for 500,000 now?
The
Oh,
alderperson is moving to set aside
yeah.
$500,000 from the fund balance
Right.
to match $500,000 from the county and $500,000
Okay.
from Cornell to provide TCAT with stopgap funding.
Right. So my question was, and I think Clyde answered it. How long has this been a commitment from the city?
It's been a commitment from the city since the city dissolved their transit system to form TCAT. And when the city ran its own transit system, they were also paying taxes for TomTran as well. So
Yeah.
this issue of double taxation, which I think it's important to know the city gets by far the lion's share of the service, is not unique to TCAT. This existed prior to TCAT.
Excuse me.
I didn't finish. what are the who are the three partners?
It's the city, the county, and Cornell University.
Okay. So if Cornell University's, you may find something funny. I don't find none of this funny because I'm someone in this city who have not seen many people from the city riding the bus as much as I see Cornell riding the bus. But we hold the burden and has been holding it for a very long time. That's not funny to me. Might be to you, y'all can afford it.
We stay germane, please.
Once again, I'm Phoebe. Who you asking me my name? Oh, I thought I heard my name, so I ain't finished yet. And okay, so Cornell is only gonna pay 31,000 towards this, but aren't they a partner?
That's the current offer, or that what they've communicated to us, and that, again, that 31,000 becomes what all three partners would pay, because it's the lowest offer is the one that everyone pays.
Okay, so the $500,000 that's being asked for, so now I'm confused again.
So Alderperson, the way that negotiations among the underwriters will determine
Okay.
what amount we all commit to fund. The county has set aside $500,000 per TCAT's request. The alderperson is suggesting we set aside $500,000. Cornell, again, let me see if I can remember all those adjectives, in an insulting, insufficient,
I understand.
selfish, myopic. They only offered 31,000. If that is where they stay, we will set aside $500,000. We will spend 31,000, and the remaining funds will be taken from the fund balance and returned back to the fund balance.
Okay.
So the city will only take on a cost that is the lowest number that any underwriter commits to.
Okay, because I'm saying if we can ask for 500,000, we got a man that's been coming here 5 years, not asking for half of that much, with a contract with the city. So I just don't want us to forget that when we keying.
Mr.
Thank
Shapiro,
you.
you're next.
Thank you. I'm going to vote in support of this. I've been for a number of reasons. I think one of them has been just generally just being impressed with the leadership of TCAT, and the few times that the leadership has been here, it's been helpful to make a decision. So thank you. Also, thank you. There was a constituent off the topic, but like someone kept saying Tom Train last week, and I had no idea what that was. So thank you. I thought they were just having a moment. I also want to say that one of the reasons I'm supporting, I appreciate that we heard early on, you spoke about the HR leadership you had, and we've heard for the second year in a row now from Ms. Phoebe how impressed she is with the diversity and the people that are employed by TCAT. So I want to say I appreciate that. And I also, just as someone that used to work in Newfield and used to work at Second Wind Cottages, where almost everybody there depended on the TCAT bus, and it was an hour a day. It was starting at 8 and ending at 5, and that was if you were lucky. That makes me worried, thinking about not just those 18 folks, but everywhere in Newfield, the town, and other places where TCAT has limited ridership. If that got even reduced even more, I can see that as being very problematic. And even though I'm one of the people that will always require a car parking spot, I like to drive. I have a car, and I'll continue to like to drive. I appreciate that I'm not, always the majority in that opinion, and that public transportation is something that communities need to thrive. So I'll continue to hope that with this money and with future allocations that will be kind of being asked to, that we'll also be responsive to some of the things that Phoebe said, and we're making sure that the rides that we're keeping, or the rides that we're keeping, the routes that we're keeping, excuse me, that they do not just serve Cornell, especially when you think about what they're willing to ante up right now. I think we should be remembering that when we're thinking about what rides or routes need to be cut, because certainly This is a service that's for Tompkins County, it's for the city of Ithaca, and it's not just for Cornell.
Can I
So I
just
appreciate that.
quickly address one of those points, which is we've doubled service on the west side of Ithaca with the reintroduction of Route 14S. We got a lot of feedback about a year ago, so we have significantly expanded service. And then additionally, we will be launching the Ithaca Electric Transportation Access Project. That will be next year, which will again provide a mobility as a service to primarily the west side and the lower income areas, which will drastically reduce some of the mobility barriers faced by those communities and the historic inequities. And I think that that project is 100% funded, or not 100%, but it's primarily funded by a NYSERDA grant. So
Alderperson.
so, you know, we are working to address the underserved areas, and we are, you know, myself and our planning and scheduling manager, Trevor, we are very attuned to making sure that there is an equitable balance of service across our service area. The challenge is balancing that with productivity. And, you know, the number one complaint I get is about full buses, not late buses, not missing buses, but it's about full buses and overcrowding. So, you know, that's we're trying to balance the service and address all of this demand that we can't meet at the same time.
Alderperson Fabrizio.
You know, I lived here for several years without a car, and one of the best things about living in Ithaca has been that I can walk everywhere. Or I used to ride my bike. I just don't see this system as sustainable, and I see this ask as a really big ringing of an alarm. Like this is not, and I'm just going to use the word business, and just, you know, I'm using it loosely, right? But this is a failing, I think we have a failing enterprise. I'll use enterprise as the word. And I guess what I'm wondering is, it looks like we need to do some, we need to figure out, how do we support alternative transportation and public transportation in a community this size in a way that we can afford it and what we can do. And I really worry that you're going to come back to us next year. I know that you said we have to increase ridership. I have a couple questions around this. How much ridership, what are the projections for being able to break even next year so that you don't come to us and say we need millions of dollars? What kind of ridership increase are we looking at?
An increase of approximately 15%. The September numbers were an 8% increase year over year. So we're halfway there. We need to keep pushing. We're making all the right decisions. To suggest that the system's failing when we're having record post-COVID ridership, I think is not accurate.
Well, I say that it's failing because you're talking about needing more and more money to be able to make this up. And Cornell, who is a partner, is not willing to do that, right? And I just want to say one thing. You said, well, the city has the lion's share of service. And I've heard this before. I've heard this from the county. I don't think that's a fair characterization, because the lion's share are buses that are servicing Cornell. And that is very different from servicing the entire Ithaca city community. And I do take really seriously that we are paying very significantly for this twice, and it's just unsustainable. But I would like to see projections, like five-year projections about what we're talking about, because I think this really needs to be factored into long-term planning for the city, right? This is a very significant hit for us. I'd like to see route numbers, ridership numbers, and ideas like, what are we going to do to be able to increase ridership? Like, how realistic is it that we would be able to make, with the budget that we have, be able to make that work? I would like to see all of that.
So that information was presented at our underwriters budget presentation earlier, you know, a month or so ago, and we can
You could
supply
share
to
that.
you. Yes,
Thank you so much.
no problem.
Alderperson Nguyen.
I just want to thank David and the mayor for calling Cornell's contribution what it is, which is shameful and embarrassing. This is the strongest leadership team I've seen at TCAT, and we've had crisis after crisis over well before COVID, and each of those leaders has made some contributions. But this is like the first time in a decade that we are nearly fully staffed. We're in growth mode. When speaking with TCAD management, the word they use a lot is momentum. And like we're in a place now where if we lose that momentum, it'll be potentially very damaging to the organization. So Matt and Clyde have already covered a lot of the stuff. So I just appreciate too that my colleagues, most of them have signed on to support to show in solidarity with with the county against Cornell to demonstrate the value of this to our community.
Mrs. St. Perez.
So I think the reality and you know, I have been skeptical of TCAT in the past, but like the reality is that we do not have an alternative. Cornell theoretically could afford to start up their own new bus system. They could defect. They shouldn't.
I think that would cost them, you know, between 10 and $20 million a year to operate. And that's not including all of the capital to purchase 30 buses and build a garage. I don't see them having that capital right now.
Well, in that case, even more so, at least right now, we certainly desperately need TCAT. And underfunding it in the past has not worked. It serves massive community needs, and it's one of the few ways that we get Cornell to meaningfully contribute funds into our community. Now, do I love that the cost of getting Cornell to contribute $3 into the community in this way is roughly $4 of city taxpayer money plus $3 contributed from the rest of the county? No, like those aren't ideal numbers, but it is better than nothing. And it is realistically the best deal that we currently have on the table.
Alderperson Brown.
Okay, here I go. First of all, I'd like to say, and I understand when you say this is all we got. I remember my people boycotting for months. Didn't have no bus at all. No different can happen here, right? So it's not like we don't have a choice. If the city of Ithaca, if the people in the city of Ithaca decides not to ride the bus at all, I mean, it's not a lot of money that you do get from the city, but it will stop y'all in your tracks too. So we are a resource. Another question is, I also have another question because if I'm not mistaken, I remember Jordan Clemens be a part of helping to get that NYSERDA grant and had a lot of plans around there. I don't know what happened with that. So do you have any, and thank you, David, you did change my mind. I am gonna vote for this. So thank you. But I have those questions. What happened with Jordan? I also have, I'm not from a place of there's nothing we can do as city residents, right? I don't come from that place. I've seen people look like me who have come from some real dark places and we're where we're at. So we're also what you need. And that is very important when you look at what Cornell's willing to contribute. So contrary to what's being said here, I know I can get on the ground and make shit happen. Excuse my language, but anyway, what I'm saying is that I know most people on this here is saying they are in agreement for this. And thank you, Rob, for helping me better understand, because these funds are unrestricted. And if Cornell don't go up with what they're giving up, we won't give up but the same amount. So thank you.
I was going to call for a vote. Please.
It's just another note on Cornell. They have consistently misunderstood TCAT's financials. So Matthew has given us an overview of how the fund balance works. They either willfully or incompetently misunderstand it constantly. I want to add too that TCAT has is making a sacrifice there. We are pulling $1.7 million out of fund balance for next year. So it's not like we're not tapping it at all.
Might be, maybe there's like a university they could go to get educated on how fund balances work. All right, we're gonna vote. Alderperson Matos.
Yes.
Alderperson Brown.
Yes.
Alderperson Nguyen.
Aye.
Alderperson Haynes Sharp.
Yes.
Alderperson St. Perez.
Yay.
Alderperson Shapiro.
Yes.
Alderperson Akil.
Yes.
Alderperson Kumar. Alderperson Letterman.
Yes.
Alderperson Fabrizio.
No.
And the mayor votes yes. That passes 10-1. Thank you.
Was that on the amendment of the whole thing?
Yes, I know, but I just was thanking them because I don't, I was gonna say I'd be shocked if this next part failed, but I have met you guys before, so you're right. Maybe I should hold myself. On the so that was the amendment to amend the main motion. This is the amendment to actually fund to actually put the monies into restricted contingency from the fund balance. Alderperson Matos.
Yes.
Alderperson Brown.
So I would, that's a separate issue. I can follow up with you offline about that. I'm more than happy to.
Yes.
Alderperson Nguyen.
Aye.
Alderperson Haynes Sharp.
Yes.
Alderperson St. Perez.
Yay.
Alderperson Shapiro.
Yes.
Eel.
Yes.
Kumar.
Aye.
Letterman.
Yes.
Fabrizio.
No.
Mayor votes yes. 10-1. Thank you. For real this time.
Thanks for coming. All right, Dave. Picking up where I left off.
So we are in the middle of an amendment. The deputy clerk has a question for me. Yes, we are in the middle of the garbage tag amendment. Yeah, I got the mayor hammer next time someone wants to. You recognized, St. Press.
I will actually withhold this until the end of discussion of this amendment.
Ah, got it, right. The old Pierre special. Anybody else for discussion on yes?
I just was wondering, being that we voted to not increase the tax cap, what the alderpersons, I guess, or maybe this is for, I don't know who this is for, but since we didn't vote to increase tax cap, and this would be removing about
25,000
from our budget, what happens if this was to pass? Because then that gives us no wiggle room for any other amendments and or what we've passed already.
Conditional on no further reductions. That is pretty darn close to true. I don't know the exact.
We put in 15,000 and 8,000 so far, right?
Correct.
And only have like $127,000.
I thought it was 150 something.
Oh, I might be wrong then.
Does the city manager have a new number for us?
Well, again, some of these amendments were the ones that were not. I can't recall if this. I see your hand. I can't recall which of these amendments were submitted in the first round before the. So the administration's only received amendments from council members that had been submitted for the first scheduled meeting, not any new ones. So I don't remember if this is new or not. If it's not, then we do have those figures. If it is,
It's not.
it's not new. Then we should have whatever the differential is, less. I don't have it in front of me. 'Cause
Less
I'm-
23,000.
and then an additional 125 if this passes.
Right. Right. So just to remind people, since we were
One
like
second.
cut off.
1 second. Give us a second actually, because I know it's in the city manager's memorandum.
Yeah, we're on
Yes, we are
trash
still at
bags.
the trash. Go ahead while we're
Yeah,
trying to get
so-
the load.
I just wanted to say that, this potentially adds an extra $50 a month or $600 a year to a city resident, and obviously gets passed on, it's for renters as well as property owners. And that adds to a minimal water usage. We heard somebody speak about that tonight. That's like another $1,000, $1,200 a year that people are paying for water, plus the extra $71 for sewer plus the $13,000 to $25,000 a year that people are paying in property taxes, on top of all of their other things, you know, the health insurance premium, NYSEG tariffs, crazy food costs, et cetera. I just would ask that we not put one more thing on people. I think there are other places, you know, there, again, just to go back to David's comments earlier, yeah, I'm sorry that the cuts that we have, you know, that these are what we have and that that's all that we have. I think we could have made some deeper cuts that could have helped us better prioritize, but we don't have time to do it. And I just really don't want to lay this extra burden on people.
Mr. Letterman.
I am not going to support this because I'm not a fan of the trash tag system. I think there's certainly more equitable ways of doing it. We should raise revenue through property taxes. But that being said, I don't want to blow a $125,000 hole in the budget. So I only ask, where the heck did the fiscal responsibility go?
I'll recognize myself and just say again, I am committed privately. I'll commit publicly. You know, I think that the trash tag system isn't great. I'm happy to work with you next year on figuring out how we can incorporate solid waste removal in the general fund rather than putting a per head fee assessment on people. But for the same reason that I supported a lot of the cost saving measures, I'm not going to support a cost increasing measure because of the incredibly tight timeline that we have. So I appreciate the spirit of what you're trying to do. I support the spirit, again, of not putting a per head cost. I think the trash tag system's got the potential to be fairly regressive. You know, like folks who are, you know, struggling, they don't have the luxury to, as we've talked about, right? They don't have the luxury to compost and recycle in the same way, and they're eating that cost. I, however, just at this time can't support moving back down when we are as razor thin on the tax cap as we currently are. Any further debate on this? Mr. Shapiro.
I'm just going to be really quickly. I am not going to support this either. I think the trash tags, just to remind everybody, this is a cost recovery model. We're just raising the fees to pay for the expense of removing trash. And there might be better ways to do it, as we've all just heard people discuss. But as it is right now, there's the system we have, and I'm going to not support this amendment.
All right, I'll move to Mr. St. Press, and then I'll move to a vote.
I would like to just know and appreciate the focus on the cost of living for especially lower income applicants.
Alderperson Matos?
No.
Alderperson Brown? Alderperson Nguyen?
No.
Alderperson Haynes Sharp?
No.
Alderperson St. Perez?
Nay.
Alderperson Shapiro?
No.
Alderperson Keel?
No.
Alderperson Kumar?
Nay.
Alderperson Letterman?
No.
Alderperson Fabrizio?
Yes.
And the mayor votes no. That fails 1 to 10. Net Alderperson St. Perez?
I move for a 5-minute recess.
Is there a second? Second by Alderperson Fabrizio. All those in favor of a 5-minute recess? Those opposed? Motion fails. Moving on. Maybe this will get you all to be succinct with your comments. Just kidding. April Fools. Next on the docket is another motion from Alderperson Fabrizio. This is to remove the funding for a personnel line, the vacant personnel line for the new parks manager, to the tune of $115,697. Does that accurately describe your motion, Alderperson? Is that so moved?
Yes.
And is there a second? Seconded by Alderperson Letterman. Discussion. Alderperson Fabrizio, are you happy to recognize you? Or Letterman?
So the idea behind this is a new position. And again, as I said before, Stewart Park already got a full-time position, a DPW position. So this would be an additional position. By not funding this, we could I think, better direct this money toward the violence interrupter program and also the half of the salary for the second mental health clinician with the CARE program. And I think that both of those are services that have proven their worth, and they were not included in the city manager's budget. They were down there as over target requests. And I could be saying like, yeah, let's just defund the position and put it into the fund balance. But I think these are both programs that are worthy of our attention and our resources. I think they're working and that we should continue to fund them.
Mr. Letterman?
I think the violence interrupter program will be enormously helpful. I think it's great that we have someone from the community and that our talented police chief has worked to make sure this is a reality and partner with Second Wind to get someone in there who can help de-escalate situations. And so I just want to make sure we're supportive of that. And this position seems rather costly, and it seems like a much better use of the money to put it towards the violence interrupter program. So that's why I'm so thrilled to support it.
Alderperson Brown?
I will support this. I don't like the name violent interrupter, and I really feel that person could go and apply for community responder, to be perfectly honest, because we're still waiting for that 5 years later, right? My hope when I did work with them for this position, the monies didn't come from the city. The money came from Gift Gap, whatever their name is, came from the state. And that's why I felt it was important, and I thought it would give an idea of what our unarmed responders would look like or would be in the community. However, if we're gonna get rid of a position to put this through, that's okay with me. My hope is that we see the ask of people in this community for reimagining public safety get off the floor so that we can know when we sit and talk about what IPD is doing with the wellness person, with the violent interrupter. It's not giving us an idea of what we can use. Outreach person, a lot of those positions that we are paying for, right, could be done with unarmed responders.
Please be germane to the motion at
Anyway,
hand. Thank
so
you.
germane to the motion is I will support this.
Tremendous. Any further debate? Oh,
What impacts would this have on the planned like works in Stewart Park that the administration proposed? I understand that the position would be defunded, but what on the ground impacts can be anticipated?
I'll recognize them. I want to be clear, though, that we do give, in all of these amendments, we give the administration until November the 12th to give us concrete answers, because these amendments, especially post-budget gap, were extremely fluid. And I just want to set expectations that we can't expect necessarily the administration will be able to answer any of these individual questions. But
Very much
with that
appreciate
said,
that
I'll
plan.
recognize the city manager.
This would just probably be easier to reiterate all of the information about the parks manager in an email and send it around. It's, if you still want to make a modification when you pass the budget next week, that's fine.
Understood. Thank you.
We were going to vote.
Oh, yeah, let's vote.
Sounds like you're winning.
I'm-
Don't talk yourself out of it. Alderperson Matos,
No.
Alderperson Brown, Alderperson Nguyen,
No.
Alderperson Haynes Sharp,
Yes.
Alderperson St. Perez, Alderperson
Yeah.
St. Perez, Alderperson Shapiro,
Yes.
Alderperson Keel,
Yes.
Alderperson Kumar,
Nay.
Alderperson Letterman,
Yes.
Alderperson Fabrizio.
Yes.
And the mayor votes yes. I don't actually, I think it was 4-7, 8-3, so close. Alderperson Fabrizio, you have a motion to move $66,000 out of the remaining differential to fund the second care team worker.
Yes.
This would be derived from funds from the general fund with an anticipation of it being out of the differential under the tax cap.
That's correct.
That is correct. So is that so moved?
So moved.
Is that a second? Seconded by Mr. Letterman. Any debate? Mr. Shapiro?
It's just not clear to me with the motion that we just passed and how it relates to this. Did we explicitly give instructions to fund the violence?
We did not.
Okay, and we're not doing that, well, we are doing that here, but you're saying it's through the monies that we just,
So there is no like complicated Byzantine multiple nested, like money comes from the general fund. And so in the conversations you're all having, you can say like, oh, well, I'll release this $100,000 and then we can use that money, but it all goes to the general fund. So the monies are derived from the general fund. They're also recurring expenses. So we want to make sure it's very clear in our amendments that we're committing to new recurring revenues out of the general fund. And while something might be quote unquote redirected from a given amendment to defund or reduce something, those monies ultimately are coming from the general fund.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll just make my final comment then. I value the program. I've heard from the chief about the value of the care team and having an additional person. I don't plan on support this tonight, but I do hope that we can support a more cohesive look at what unarmed responders, an umbrella, what that looks like. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Keel?
I support this. And I also support the chief on this. I told him this at a meeting the other day, and I'm excited to vote for it. I'm excited to see us move forward.
Ms. Matos?
I am not going to support this amendment, and not because I do not find value in the care team or the violence interrupter. It's more so that when we're talking about unarmed responders, we're talking about programs that are removed from the police department, and these are programs that are closely, if not a part of the police department. And I'm looking forward to working with the mayor to figure out a resolution or a mechanism to bring our Roots program, our unarmed responder program forward in the next year.
Any further hands are up?
How do we know how much, I mean, with the operating differential, do we know that that we have these funds? I'm kind of confused.
Can I clarify that?
Maybe.
It's not from the differential. It's from the Stewart Park manager position, which actually is in the budget already.
It isn't from, we just released those funds to the general fund. This is what I just said to all the
Right,
person
right.
crew. It's not from that.
But it's designated, there's money that's in there that's designated for that position. So it would replace that position. The money would be redirected to those two positions.
We just sent 116,000 back to the general fund.
Yeah.
This is less than that.
Can I just clarify
Please.
something though? We funded a position to fund a parks manager position. So that was actually something that was budget neutral. So, I mean, we'd have to go back and do some other number crunching, but the way that that was presented in the budget was that it was a substitute one position for the other position. It was the parking operations supervisor position that was defunded to fund the parks manager.
Right. So
So
this would take away
have
that
to-
position.
I think you'd have to have more clarity, and then you would also have to then defund the parking operations position, which I don't have the exact amount of what that is right now, in order to actually find money. Am I making sense?
Not completely, because there's the Stewart Park manager position was included in your budget, correct?
But there wasn't, it was,
I recognize it was
there's money that
defunded.
we just took one position
Right.
and put the money into a different position. So if you want to defund the parks manager position, the way the budget was presented, all that then means is we'll just keep the parking operations position in. So you need to actually move to also remove the parking operations
I
position.
moved to do that.
No, because I'm not recognizing that motion. I might later if it's a sincere motion and it's like produced and emailed, but I'm not gonna just let you flippantly. We don't even know how much it is.
That just doesn't make sense to me. there's a number on here with, that's associated with that, $115,697. And this thing about budget neutral is not really,
Let's stay focused. I think that first question is a very useful and valid point you're raising. Let's address that specifically.
there's $115,697 in line A7112, A-A7112. So my proposal is to defund that and to redirect the money to these two other positions.
Since we didn't approve this, it goes back to the original.
That's correct, David.
She's to explain. This position is just a theory. It's not approved yet.
Then I would like to make a motion to eliminate the position that was going to replace. So there's a position in DPW that has been vacant for 1.5 years. I mean, just figure out how to make it happen, whatever the mechanics are. No.
Absolutely
I
not.
mean, there's,
Well, this is why I wanted complete amendments from everyone by Friday.
this was in there.
Right now, there is a motion to fund the care team at $66,000. I'm going to just walk us through very basic math for a second. We accepted the administration stopgap plan, which added $2.4 million to the good. We had a $2.1 million deficit. That left us with approximately $300,000. We all good so far? Okay. We've allocated $15,000 to the library, $8,000 to DPW. That is less than $300,000. We don't need to talk about where the $66,000 comes from because, as I've said, we are not moving money from position to position. We have a differential that leaves us with like 280,000-ish that we could take 66,000 from to fund. And our differential would, that we'd get closer to the tax cap. The tax rate would be higher, but we can have this discussion right now. That is, Alderperson Shapiro, you have a question on this?
At a future point in time, can Margaret put forth an amendment or whatever the right terminology is to defund the position that is currently on the budget that is also vacant?
Yes.
So outside of the budget cycle, she can do that?
Anyone can amend the budget at any time.
No, I wanted this to be part of the budget.
I know, but I need a complete amendment to be able to have us vote on it. And if we don't know what the position that you want to defund costs, we can't vote on it. Alderperson.
I'm sorry.
Alderperson Matos is
I
recognized.
might be able to help you on this one,
Thank
Margaret.
you.
Just going off of what David said, couldn't we technically, and I know, Mayor, this is not going to be your preference, couldn't we give Margaret the week and then before we vote on the final budget next week, she can bring forward that amendment if the numbers were all together?
Council always retains a prerogative to amend legislation. I can let you all know that if any of you bring an amendment forward after tonight, I will be voting against it, irrespective of what it is.
I'm just wondering, how did the city manager come up with like the $115,697 if we don't know what the other position amounts to?
Was not an exact one-for-one exchange. Like when you're looking at all of the different positions, there was additional monies that were also collapsed from DPW into it. But the point that David made is the easiest way to describe it. All we're saying is the position it is a supposition of a position. It is a proposed position that there was work done on job description, there is a salary range, because there's nobody in it, you have to make an assumption as to what the benefits are. So when we do those assumptions, we put a higher amount for benefit. So if it's something that you're willing to do, I will go back and look at what the actual cost of the parking operations supervisor was, and that is something that you could bring forward, but that.
Thank you.
It was unexpected to us that this
Right, no,
was
I
happening,
understand.
so we could have put some numbers together if we knew that this was gonna be a thing.
I would like to do that because I'm also just not in favor of like funding a new position, which is what the parks manager position would be. So is there merit, can you see your way through to make any kind of commitment right now? To get any kind of vote here that would move us forward on this a little bit more until I can get that number?
So I think I'm aware that we're currently debating the care team.
Yes.
We are currently,
It was the
I'm
care-
going to call for a 5-minute recess
Yeah.
so that you all stop talking over each other. Seconded by Alderperson St. Perez. All those in favor of a 5-minute recess? Those opposed? Alderperson Kumar against. Carries 10-1.
It's cute, Robert. It's also the. Yeah.
Okay, you're no one, so. How are you doing? Too bad? Executive session. Oh, like so. Oh, yeah. Well, curious where I didn't know much diesel costs. No, I haven't.
the violence interrupt, it's about the care team. There are $135,000 left before the city hits the tax cap. $275 is the most recent figure we have here. That is how much money is left before you hit the tax cap, which you legally cannot go over. You are considering whether you are going to take $66,000 from that and fund an additional care team person for the county. That motion is already live. That is what we're currently debating, Mr. Letterman.
I think the care team, from what we've heard from the chief and other folks in the community have come at public comment to speak on it, has been very helpful in sort of having a more proactive approach to engaging with the community and providing resources. It seems like a great way of having, because it's a partnership with Tompkins County Whole Health, if I have that right, to have currently one clinician, and hope to add a second clinician in the field that would be able to support folks and have more of that proactive instead of just simply reactive approach, and getting to know people and doing case management. And from what I've heard, it's been incredibly beneficial. And so I'd like to support having a second person out there so they can increase their caseload.
Ms. Brown and then Mr. Shapiro.
What behooves me is we keep asking we need community to be involved in helping in the care team or this team, but we're not hiring the community. We're hiring pieces that are already a part of IPD, which is and that for me is really hurtful. And I've gone many times and tried to think about it. I was very involved with the so-called violent interrupter. I really don't even like that name, but I was part of that to push to see something that would, and they were being paid by the state, not the city, to see something that can replicate what we would like to see happen with the unarmed responders, the roots, which money is already in the budget for. But we're talking about taking more money for something that we have money already put reserved or wherever for already. That I think what no one can see, because we've been indoctrinated throughout history how important it is to have the police protect us. And for some communities that don't feel the same, right? And when police officers, they protect property, right? So what I'm saying is, I don't want us to lose working with IPD or working next to IPD, but I don't. So what I'm saying is, I won't be supporting this.
Mr. Shapiro.
Sure, I already said that I won't be supporting this, so I continue to not support it, although I do appreciate the merits of the program. I just want to remind everyone, and I was quickly trying to pull it up on my phone, but I don't have it in front of me. I think the original OTR request was $132,000 for this. We're approving, or we're discussing whether or not we're going to approve $66,000 without having any idea how that other half of the money is going to fund the other half of this position/program. So I think it's nice to consider this idea, because frankly, I think it's a good idea, but we're not supporting it. We're not funding what they're asking for. So again, I think in a tight year, and especially in light of the fact that we're not actually funding what they're asking for, I'm going to continue to not vote yes for this.
I'll recognize myself next, and this will probably be like the last substantive vote justification I give for the evening. I'm not adding the idea that we have this differential before we hit the tax cap. I want to be very clear. What that means is, instead of a tax rate that is below the tax cap, every dollar that we choose to add right now is raising people's taxes. I'm not doing that right now when there is ambiguity around how much we have before we hit it, but also certainly under $200,000 left. before we hit the tax cap. Again, every penny we add to the tax rate is money out of people's pockets. And while I appreciate the the same line of argument around the trash tag situation, for example, like I do appreciate how that's hitting people, but we're in an enormously tight budget year. We plugged the hole at the beginning of this meeting. I am sort of comfortable considering very small modifications as we have done for a couple of other things, but I think and in the grand scheme of things, we are near our credit limit, so to speak, and I don't support adding anything further to our tax levy. Chief and others, you are welcome to bring well-documented justifications for anything. Sorry, Alderperson Brown, were you recognized? The departments that need additional funding are welcome to bring mid-year budget amendments, but we are not in a position right now to add spending to the budget. Who's next? Mr. Keel.
I absolutely hear your concerns, Mr. Mayor. And I also think that it's important to consider the community benefit when we are adding dollars. And I think that from what I've heard from the chief, this is a program that supports the community benefit. And I think as far as people being okay, I think the thing that for me that I've heard from the community is that it's not about never raising taxes. It's that they want to pay for things that are useful and that are benefiting the community. And from what I've seen and what the chief has told me, this is absolutely a program that is. And I want to see it continue. I want to see it expanded. That's why I'll be voting for this tonight.
Alderperson Brown.
I keep hearing people say they heard this from the community. I want to see what community. I've seen people that work with IPD come. I have not seen you talk to people in the community. Have you talked to the people who voted for?
Alderperson.
I don't.
Alderperson, to the motion, please don't direct your comments at others. Address the chair.
To the motion is, I'm someone who's on the ground in the streets, and I did not hear the same. Thank you.
Alderperson Haynes Sharp, you're next.
I am curious, given what David, to your point, 66.
Chief might have an update on this.
Yeah,
We've
I kind of want to know what that will give you.
we approached the county about them sharing this with us. Did they agree to that?
Yes, there's been a conversation with the county. The county's now waiting to see, how we're going to proceed with this. But there has been documentation and information presented to the council, not just from the police department, but from Whole Health. And this has been called.
Alderperson Brown, you are not recognized.
I mean, I've had conversations with a number of council members, and Phoebe, you know where I'm at with this. Like around Reimagine, like right now, we're working for the same thing, but we're arguing about how we're going to get there. And the reality is we have been, for the last many, many years, IPD has been committed to this. For the last 2 years, we've been at the table, we've been in the community, we've been talking to people in the street. There are people that will not come here regardless that are asking for this. The care team supports the whole community, all different members of the community, and they bring resources that nobody else can bring. They have the ability to interact with hospitals, with care providers, with children and family services, with DSS. Several cases where people have been trying to get housing with the DSS and they couldn't because they didn't have their medical records. And that presents red tape. It presents a barrier where the care team member has the ability to get those resources to those people. I've heard from countless officers how there were people within the community that they received calls for on a regular basis that because of the care team's involvement and because of the behind the scenes work that she does, they don't have those calls anymore. People are being deflected from law enforcement interaction. The last year I've had, been privy to different conversations around what the alternative response would look like. I will say within the last month, I've had no kind of part of those conversations. I've been cut out of them. And the reality is that I do bring some experience. You know, and we all have different experiences we bring to the table. I've seen things at work and I've seen things, I've cases and organizations that were presented as part of that initial presentation to the council from around the country are models based on the co-respondent, based on the Community Alternative Response Engagement Program is the full name, the CARE team. If we want to get to a place where we're able to serve the community, like we need to work together. It's not and or, you know, it's a,
Alderperson Brown.
absolutely do.
Alderperson Brown, this is the 4th time I have asked you.
The New York State, the DCGS, the GIVE program is based on Executive Order 203. It's based on serving the community, meeting the community where they're at, using evidence-based models to not just address violence, but to create environments for healing in the community, support in the community, meeting the community where they're at, bringing in credible messengers. If you don't like violence interrupters, it's a name, we can change the name. But that work and the work that he's doing has been very effective. And he's been deflecting calls from us on a regular basis. And he was doing it before we got here and could get funding to him. And we're going to work on getting more funding. But for us to work together like that, I mean, that's what needs to happen.
Alderperson Matos.
I'm deciding to withdraw my comments.
Alderperson Brown. Alderperson Letterman.
Yep, I just, I think this is an important program for the community. I appreciate the chiefs and IPD's longstanding willingness to I appreciate the chief's willingness to engage with a lot of different constituents and make this happen. And because of the positive feedback I've heard, I'm eager to vote for this.
Alderperson Keel.
I withdraw.
I'm just going to make a second effort to remind everyone that like you are almost near the New York State tax cap. And that also assumes that there's no other issues that need to be addressed. And I appreciate that folks want to fund things. And Chief, you know I support this program, but I believe it would be irresponsible for me to vote for something that brings us this close to the tax cap at this time. Matos.
Okay, I am second guessing my withdrawal. One thing I do want to say is that as we're talking about the police department being for our community of color, all the things, I want to say one of the recommendations that came out, the simplest recommendation that came out that the police department could have responded to was simply changing their name from Ithaca Police Department to something along the lines of Ithaca Public Safety Department, and did not do that. To me, that shows firsthand that they're not responding to my community of color's needs.
Jermaine, please.
Sorry, just had to go on record and say that. Thank you.
Okay, we'll call for a vote. Alderperson Matos.
No.
Alderperson Brown. Alderperson Nguyen.
Yes.
Alderperson Haynes Sharp.
Yes.
Alderperson St. Perez.
No.
Alderperson Shapiro.
No.
Alderperson Keel. Alderperson Kumar.
Aye.
Alderperson Letterman.
Yes.
Alderperson Fabrizio.
Yes.
And the mayor votes no. That carries 6-5.
Could you,
What?
who were the, I'm just writing this down. David, had you vote?
He's voted yes.
Yeah, if you can't keep up while you're doing it, write it down or just don't do it. So just want to clarify, we now have at most $79,000 of raising people's taxes further before we hit the tax cap. Next motion is, it's not. The next motion is from
The other part of
all.
there was the violence interruption.
I know.
Okay.
The next motion is from Alderperson Fabrizio. It is to increase appropriations to IPD for $45,000 to fund the Violence Interrupter Program. Is that an accurate summary of your motion?
It is.
Is it so moved?
So moved.
No, that's what you wrote down in the chart that you're managing, but it's wrong.
Good for you.
Is there a second to the Alderperson's motion? Alderperson Shapiro seconds. would you like to introduce your motion?
Yes.
Unbelievable. I hate
So I see all of these things, the care team, the violence interrupter, community outreach worker program, they're all sort of a big umbrella about our unarmed response that we have within the community. Violence interrupter gave us a bunch of data earlier on. Half of their cases, 50 of their cases prevented interactions between people of color and the police department. So they had, the proposal was for 50, I put in 45, we could put in 40. I could amend it to 40 if that makes it more agreeable to people. We could also look for making some other cut someplace else. We need to come up with some other money.
Alderperson Brown first, then Matos. Withdraw. Okay, Matos.
I personally think that funding the violence interrupter program without even, it's essentially a cop-out to our unarmed responder program. That's my personal opinion. So I will be voting no.
Mr. Shapiro.
I'm not sure that I understand that last comment, so, but I'll try not to. I think we need to start developing, and I think we have to some degree started developing an unarmed response team. I don't see CARE especially like that because it's a division of the Tompkins County Department of Health, but I do believe it supports unarmed response. So I just want to sit on both sides of the fence there. But I think with the violence interrupter program, that probably should have a different name. And I think it should be easy to work together and think about names that, that more suit the service that we're delivering. I think it has data that supports how effective it's been. And I think that should be one of the ways that we support unarmed responses in the community. And I'm happy to consider other ideas as well. I hope as I support this amendment, and if it passes, that people will look at some of the other ways, maybe one other way that we can cut money, because I am reluctant to spend much more, but the ways that I voted against, not everyone has sided with me. But I will say that, like, I think this is a lot of value for very little buck. It's a good bang for the buck. I think I phrased that backwards. So I do think this is a good program. I have met with the chief about this and some of the other programs, but this is the program that really spoke to me as the most valuable and certainly the least investment for that value. So I appreciate the concept, and I hope that we can continue to grow this concept.
Alderperson Brown.
I have to say, I'm a little confused here to hear people constantly talking about saving money, right? And then you're talking about spending it when you have a program called Roots that already have money put in the budget to do this work that we're ready to give up money for. But like I said, when you go home, look at your white privilege and think about it. Good night.
I'm going to comment and just note that I've received communication earlier this week from our county colleagues who asked if there was interest. I know the alderperson who was sponsoring these, this is her next and final motion to add money back to the Downtown Community Outreach Worker Program. I have no idea what council's disposition on that is. I will let you know. You do not have the money to fund both of these things based on your current votes this evening. Alderperson Fabrizio, you're recognized.
I was just going to say that I don't know if you could envision like a time when violence interrupter was connected with Roots, right? And maybe that Roots is the umbrella. It's just a piece, it's an arm of that. Well, you just brought up the issue that
Please address the
there's
chair,
money,
both of you. Thank you.
there's money in the budget. There's encumbered money for Roots.
There is.
$378,500. And Phoebe, you just said that there's money available for this. So I don't know if the reporting line is an issue, that it could be like moved over to be funded through Roots, but I would certainly be open to that sort of consolidation, right? There is a big pot of money there. And I think it's totally relevant. It's an unarmed response that's serving the community that meets the objectives of Roots.
Alderperson Montos.
I need us to stop saying it meets the objective of Roots when Roots.
Please, Jermaine,
Jermaine, Roots is, the point of Roots is for our community of color. This is not this is not helping our community of color. Like, just stop. This is literally, like Ms. Phoebe said, your guys' privilege is showing.
You're not recognized. Is there going to be debate on the motion at hand from anybody? Mr. Keel?
I'm not going to vote for this. I think if we have to choose between one or the other, I'll discuss the merits of the downtown outreach program and what I feel, why I feel it's really important that we fund that this year. I have a lot of comments that I would love to say, but I'll try to keep it tight tonight for you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And you were like, I got to make sure I go ahead. No, you were like, all right, if Patrick's not going to do it, I will. Please. Trying to make light.
Chief, what impacts do you see this not being funded having on safety operations?
This is part of our commitment and the community's commitment to reimagine public safety. This is based on a national model out of Chicago, founded, I mean, I won't get into how it was founded and the people that are involved, but similar to the SNUG initiative with the New York State, with people with lived experience, with formerly incarcerated, credible messengers deterring violence within a community. And because we're a tier 2 city and the work that we're doing is all violence. And so, like, for an incident the other night where somebody was shot in the foot, we're letting this person know, like, hey, this happened. And while the police are doing the investigation into that incident, this person's now aware, to try to deter people from retaliation and to bring cooler heads to the table and prevent further violence. He's also been responding. People call him for fights. People call him when people are disagreeing, where the police aren't called. And if cooler heads prevail and he's able to, convince people to walk away or talk things out, it works. But if we do get called and law enforcement gets called, we're able to say, hey, we got this, we'll handle it. And
I have to interject really quick, Chief.
Sure.
I need a motion to extend because it is 10 o'clock in 4 minutes. And council will auto adjourn if we don't extend.
My motion to extend until 10:30. Max.
Okay, that's the motion. Is there a second? Second by Alderperson Nguyen. All those in favor? Those opposed? That carries. Alderperson Brown, did you vote one way or another? Alderperson, you voted no? Okay. 7-4. Chief, continue.
So to shorten this, or short answer is, we're seeing a lot of success in a short amount of time. Now, when I was connected with a nest by Ms. Brown, this was work that he was doing within the community. Yes. And we're able to pull funding from the state and build this program out. And the intent is to bring more funding to build it out, but we need to think short-term and sustaining. And this is built, again, on the same models and the same information that's been presented to the council around an alternative response program. We see the successes. I will say that one important thing to point out, and those successes is because there are communities that have done standalone programs without law enforcement, but we all are interacting with the same people in different days and in different ways. And the programs that do succeed are the ones that are in partnership. And it's not about being in a prison to pipeline. It's about reducing incarceration and reducing the effects of the law enforcement or arrest for all communities.
Pardon me. Is there grant funding / would there be grant funding to continue operations as they are right now? Possibly.
Potentially, and we're looking at now how we can move money within the grant. And because of this, this took us over a year and a half to get to where we are now. We have a working model we can support, that we can ask for serious increases in funding in the next give cycle. So the give cycle is July 1st through the end of June. So this is something that we want to expand out. We want to bring on another member. And I say this is a program through Second Wind Cottages. Although we provide funding and we're asking for this additional funding, it is run by Second Wind Cottages. It is separate from the police department. It is separate from the city government.
Understood. Thank you.
Alderperson Brown.
Is that a black and brown community? Absolutely not. I'm telling y'all, like, I know I'm leaving here, and boy, anyway, I have rode and I've been around and I've seen who Anest has worked with. I want you to give me a list of names and people in this community to make me understand, no, I'm gonna leave this alone, okay? Because one thing I know is I'm in the community. Are you?
I don't collect names. We don't have that information. That's managed through Second.
I'm going to call for a vote. Please.
I think it's really important to highlight that the data we were sent earlier this year by the program showed that over 50% of the interactions that the violence interrupter has had in this community, which has been significant, are of people of color. It is like, that is factual data that we were sent.
Alderperson Matos.
No.
Alderperson Brown. Alderperson Nguyen.
No.
Alderperson Haynes Sharp.
No.
Alderperson St. Perez.
Nay.
Alderperson Shapiro.
Yes.
Alderperson Keel.
No.
Alderperson Kumar.
Nay.
Alderperson Letterman.
Yes.
Alderperson Fabrizio.
Yes.
The mayor votes no. That fails 3-8. Alderperson Fabrizio, your last amendment is to restore funding to the community outreach worker program.
Correct.
Is that so moved?
So moved, $65,000.
Council, if this is approved, there will be less than $15,000 left before we hit the tax
Well,
cap.
Hold on. So where this money was coming from, I wasn't just adding money onto the tax cap limit.
I need a second first
Oh.
before you. Seconded by Mr. Keel, please.
Okay. So the idea was to take some money, $65,000 from the police department overtime budget, which is at, I think it was at $880,000. And I don't know, we didn't have like any real number on that since 2021, but we have added police officers, several police officers since then. So I was hoping that we would be able to squeeze the money out of the overtime budget and direct it toward the community outreach worker program to support downtown, which also supports the downtown businesses.
So procedurally, we would have to have an amendment to defund a line.
I gave you one.
I have gone through every email that I have received from you, including 4 within 4 hours. And you have in the intent, you can still make a motion on the floor, but there is not a motion to remove it from their overtime. You just described.
Resolution to amend the proposed budget to eliminate $65,000 from IPD overtime line. I did send this. We talked about it. I sent it. So it'll be coming out of the personnel line, overtime line 5125, $65,000, and it would be redirected to the downtown community outreach worker program.
I'm going to try to explain this again in a separate way. There need to be 2 motions. You can, right, one at a time. They have to go back to the general fund. It's the same thing that I've been saying all week. So which of those are you moving first?
I will move to eliminate the $65,000
From the police
from the
overtime
police
budget.
department overtime budget.
So you are looking to reduce the police department overtime budget by $65,000. Is there a second? Seconded by Alderperson Matos. Is there? Make your point in 2-sentence challenge. Any debate one way or another. Alderperson Matos.
Thank you, Margaret, for bringing this forward.
Point. Mr. St. Perez.
We don't know how much police overtime is. Last police overtime numbers were above budget.
Alderperson Keel.
We also have redlining procedures in the city, which we brought up earlier today.
Alderperson Fabrizio.
That's true, Pierre, but those numbers were from 2021, and I don't know how many officers have been added since then, but it's a significant number. So presumably, we would need less overtime.
Alderperson Matos.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, we just had 2 police officers graduate from the academy. The mayor swore in 2, I think today or yesterday. So I think as we're onboarding more police officers, we should be hopeful or we should be looking to reduce our overtime, but budget line.
Any further discussion? Alderperson Shapiro.
I'll just say, I don't think it's presumable that the overtime budget over the last several years has decreased. It's probably just increased. It's probably gone over budget every single year. I don't think there's a way to assume one or the other, but I would assume that even if we've had a couple of positions filled here and there, the chief or prior chiefs have always used overtime as a way of keeping minimum safety requirements. So I would assume our overtime budget will always be at the level or above.
I just want to recognize myself and say I think that we've had a challenging budget cycle. We are doing the best we can with the information that we have as an entire city. I don't support the idea of shell gaming around different pots of money without really critically scrutinizing where we stand. And while I have my feelings on whether or not I will support the alderperson's next motion, I don't think reducing the overtime on paper for the purposes of then blowing past that number and having to cover it later is responsible. It is an accounting trick, and it's not a very good one. You can see the quarter behind our ear. I will go to a vote on this. Alderperson Matos,
Yes.
Alderperson Brown,
Yes.
Alderperson Nguyen,
No.
Alderperson Haynes Sharp,
No.
Alderperson St. Perez,
Nay.
Alderperson Shapiro,
No.
Alderperson Keel,
Yes.
Alderperson Kumar,
Nay.
Alderperson Letterman,
No.
Alderperson Fabrizio.
Yes.
And the mayor votes no. That fails 4-7. Alderperson, now you are moving the 65,000 for community outreach worker, yes?
I don't have any money to pay for that.
The differential.
Monopoly money you ran out.
Are you moving it or not?
You just said we don't have any money.
Yeah, there's $79,275 left.
Okay, yes, I move it then. $65,000 for the community outreach worker
Hold
program.
on a second.
This is really.
Correction. Okay, so so you're right. I'm sorry. We'll be left with $4,000 left. So moved. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Keel.
Can I talk? Okay. so-
Yes, you may. You're recognized. You are recognized.
Oh, okay. I'm getting sleepy. I have to say, I am not voting for this for the simple fact that it amazes me the way that we don't trust community to do this work. The Roots program, unarmed responders, that is a job that they can be doing. Why do we want to spend more money, right? I keep saying, why do we have to pay violent the interrupter when we already have that's money in the budget that person could be get. Anyway, so let me get Jermaine. I'm not voting for this because we have money already put aside for people who can do this job.
Just as a reminder for everyone, this is PATH paid for by the county. Alderperson Fabrizio and then Keel. Alderperson Keel.
Yeah, um, I think that for me, this vote is about keeping our obligations to both the county, who is looking to us to fund half of this, and also to downtown, who has been in here numerous times saying we need support from the city downtown. Like businesses are stalling because we have people that need help on the commons. And this program is not affiliated with the police and is going downtown and working with local businesses and working with the people on the commons to help out. And it's working. And we've made this commitment. We've made this commitment. They just got the program stood up. And now we're going to pull the funding. I kind of feel like this probably should have been incorporated in the city manager's original budget, frankly. Again, this is a program that we literally just got stood up with Reach. And when I talked to a member of the Reach staff, I don't know how many weeks ago now, they thought that it was in the budget. They actually didn't know that it was an over target request because like there hadn't been any communication. Or actually, I don't know if there had been no communication. I shouldn't say that, but they didn't know that it wasn't in the budget. And I think this is kind of an obligation that we have to fulfill. If I am also concerned with the $4,000 we have left. I think we need more of a cushion than that, and I would support additional cuts elsewhere to widen that gap. But I really think this is an important program. I wish that it had come sooner in the agenda because now I feel like we're kind of in an awkward position here. But yeah, I think we have an obligation to fund this.
Alderperson Fabrizio, for real this time.
So the money that it has been set aside for Roots, is it possible, is there some mechanism by which we can use some of this money for any of these? But Phoebe, you just said, why would we pay for it again when there's money in the Roots program to pay for it? What I would support is looking very seriously, like with a few of my colleagues, like whoever wants to do it, looking seriously at the budget and seeing where we can make some more significant cuts that would help fund.
We can't do that. I'm sorry, but we can't. We have days left to pass a budget.
Well, we could do it tomorrow.
No, you can't. You can't do this in isolate. No. Like you can't do this in isolation from the administration. Like they need an entire week now to go through the votorama and make sure that we didn't accidentally hit the tax cap. And then if we did, they're going to have to come back and say, we need you to take some amount of this out of fund balance because council's added things to the budget. Like we do not have time. And I've said this for months, that this was the last possible day to amend the budget. Anyone's welcome to bring forward an amendment, but it should be roundly defeated if it is, because we are out of time.
Well, I'm just so confused about this because I wasn't adding to the budget. I was taking one position and substituting two things for that, and then taking some money from one other line and using that for something else. So I was not adding to the budget. The city manager has complicated my understanding of this.
Well,
and that
the
where
city
that
manager has
position
spoken
is.
this evening. So I don't.
Did speak earlier about the part, it all came up with the
We're,
smart
we,
work
the-
management
germane,
position.
let's vote on the outreach worker program. Is it going to be germane to the outreach worker program? It's not going to be a response. It's not going to be hold on. It's not going to be a response to why we can't use Roots money for it, right? Okay, then go ahead.
My response is, and I'm sitting here thinking about the Reach workers, the outreach workers at Reach, right? And many of them are young people that I know that are doing an amazing job. And I have to agree with that. What I have to vote yes for that. Or should I vote yes? But anyway, no, this is the part that I'm saying. The reason why I bring up Roots is because that's an organization that can also do that work. Was that?
Yes, actually it was. Mr. Keel.
I was just going to say, and I think this is germane to the conversation, that I think we should pass this, and I will immediately make a motion to remove the staff development line from Common Council for the coming year to give us an extra $8,000 in the buffer. It's not something I want to do. I think we should have access and tools available to professionally develop our abilities, but it is a tight budget year, and I think that that's an important thing to consider.
I don't know if that'll make people feel.
All right,
any
let's
better,
go to a
but-
vote on this. All those in favor of funding the community outreach worker program at $65,000, Alderperson Matos,
No.
Alderperson Brown,
No.
Person Nguyen,
Yes.
Alderperson Haney Sharp,
No.
Alderperson St. Prez,
No.
Alderperson Spiro,
No.
Alderperson Keel,
Yes.
Alderperson Kumar,
Nay.
Alderperson Letterman,
No.
Alderperson Fabrizio,
Yes.
and the mayor votes yes. That fails 7-4. I'm sorry, it fails 4-7. Mr. Keel, I would like a motion to, give me a second to think about this. I would like a motion to refer the budget to the November 12th meeting for a final vote, and a motion that authorizes the administration to provide funding from the fund balance as needed to ensure the city does not accidentally run afoul of the New York State tax cap.
Think that's what would normally, what will happen now is, once you're done with this, then we will have the time in between this meeting and when the agenda needs to be posted for the next meeting to go away and put there's an actual resolution that has the levy and the information and all of that in it. So you'll see the resolution with all of those pieces in it. You'll get an updated budget summary. We need to go away and we need to reset the fee schedule because of what you passed tonight. Then we need to modify that. So there's a lot of work we have to do in order to prepare the budget for you for next week, but you'll have that at the same time you get the agenda packet for the meeting.
Terrific. Thank you. Want to be clear, I do not want us to spend anything out of the fund balance we don't need to, but I also recognize how close to the tax cap we are, and I don't want to be in a situation where we cannot pass a budget.
And then before we vote on it, we would know how much the administration has to pull from the fund balance?
If anything, we will know, as the city manager just said, we will know what the tax rate is, the tax levy is, and if any amount from fund balance is necessary to cover what you've all voted on tonight, you will see that as well.
Yeah, right now, the only thing that I can assume you will see reflected on the fund balance is the $500,000 written that will go into restricted contingency for TCAP.
Right, which
That's
will then,
the only
if
thing
not
that
spent,
you'll-
really revert back to the fund
Correct.
balance. Alderperson Fabrizio.
Is there something that I can do to help ensure that we don't spend $116,000 on a new park manager position? Just to go back to that, that was the idea
Well,
for
we've
funding
removed,
violence interrupter and half of the care position.
so,
If you could just
so
clarify.
Alderperson, yes. We've removed that position, that unfunded position from the proposed budget. We now, presumably going through with the rest of what you intended, need to defund the vacant parking supervisor? Parking operations supervisor. You may request from the administration what that amount of money is, and we may amend the budget after the budget is adopted. Because again, we have the authority to amend the budget at any time. We just don't know what that number is right now, and so we can't, sort of like when you and I discussed like the idea of like more fees for the golf course for certain users, like without a number, we can't amend the budget. And so,
Where did the 116, then that's a specific.
all right, so you and I will talk about that. We're not going to do that right now because maximum. Also, I'm asking, so the motion that I've requested, right? Budget's referred to next week for a final vote, and request that the administration, which they already said they're going to provide, but request the administration use any amount of fund balance that is necessary to balance the budget based to reflect the amendments that you all voted on this evening. Who is going to move that? Matos, seconded by Letterman. All those in favor of moving the budget? That carries unanimously. Okay. With that, we do not have a executive session item for this evening. And so we will, I think, next week, maybe later. Okay. We don't have one to. I also would like to go home. May I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Alderperson St. Perez, seconded by Alderperson Haynes Sharp. All those in favor of adjourning,